Değerli misafirler.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpars for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
I got this. Going up.
Spike planted.
And it all comes down to this. Our final day here at this event, some of the Monster Tulpars Reloaded 2024 Grand Final BO5 day, is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, and especially because this tournament is so quick, I think, when we came into the playoffs version of this, so that obviously the closed qualifier went on for like 2 weeks, and then we're coming into this, it's all being done in one weekend, Ryan, and it's fast-paced, single elim as well, like we saw yesterday, the two teams that lost there. They've been sent home, they've gone packing, and now we're finally down to the last two, and I don't think there's any way to solve this other than in a best of 5.
Of course, if you missed yesterday's action, it was the Giant X side that beat out the Liquid Boys yesterday evening. In the afternoon, we had that BBL eSports taking on Papa Super Massive. There also went 3 maps, and it went BBL's way, so we're heading into this BO5. Obviously, BBL eSports taking on Giant X for the trophy. And I've got to say, I think coming into yesterday, I would have had BBL winning against Papa Supermassive, maybe a little more convincingly, and then Liquid to beat Giant X. So I think this sets it up quite nicely, is that I don't want to say I was disappointed in BBL because they won the game and at points they looked good, but I think I wanted to see a little more conviction from them. And for Giant X, I think fair play to them for playing so well yesterday. They overcome so much adversity. I mean, you look at Sunset, Liquid were up 10-3, you know, went 9-3 up, won the pistol. They closed that map out 14-12. And you look Ascent yesterday, Liquid again, 8-9 scoreline. It went to 8-12 in favour of Giant X, and to be fair, there was a bit of a choke at the end, but they managed to close out in double OT, and so they know how to get back into games. They've got the resilience to be able to take on all. And for BBL, as a side that didn't really show any signs of giving up against the Papra Supermassive side, I think we're in for an interesting one.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about predictions for the map veto, especially because I was just looking at, well, for the side of BBL, they tend to float around a different couple of like their first sort of ban waves, and I think that's going to come into play in the first map pick if we're going to see Ascent or Sunset come out, because I think that's the main thing for the side of BBL. Like, they've played it once, they're floating like a decent map pool. They've played 6 maps already, whether they want to take it to Ascent, because I think if that is left open, that's possibly going to be something that the side of Giant X are going to pick into, especially after what we saw yesterday. Sure, a couple of scrapes and bumps along the way, but they were able to close it out, right? And coming into this, I think there's definitely going to be a prioritization in bans, whether it is that Ascent or the Sunset, and one of them is going to get picked in that sort of the first wave of map picks. And then for the decider, I think the best place for both of these teams to kind of duke it out would be on Bind, because that's sort of that middle ground between both of these teams, I feel, from what I've seen, and I'm just really interested to see what is the veto coming through. But I think no matter what, I hope to see like a solid like at least 4 maps. I don't want it to be a quick 3-0.
Yeah, I think that's what we're hoping for, right? Is like we want a banger of a game to close out this tournament. I was having a look, sort of getting some public opinion, maybe on the socials, you know, in your VLR comment section, which 99% of the time I don't recommend. And it's interesting. Obviously, you got the early birds that predict the grand final before it even began. Everyone's like, oh yeah, Liquid, see you later, you know. But now that Giant X are here, I think people are starting to realise that Giant X, you know, maybe looking for that kind of sweep, 3-0, 3-1. And I can't help but agree with them. I think for BBL, sure, maybe a little bit more experience. You're bringing in Pal as a new entity as well within this roster. I say experience, obviously, I mean as a core, not overall. Because that's the point that I was going to make about the side of Giant X, and that is that it doesn't matter how confident you're going to feel heading out of yesterday's game into today. You've got to look at Giant X, and they're always going to feel better because A, they beat arguably the best team on paper in this tournament, and then B, they did it in a fashion where they show that they don't give up, that they know how to play this game, and most crucially, in pivotal moments, they know how to penalise. So I think for me, Giant X are looking pretty good as the front runners of this BO5 grand final.
Yeah, and I think you really hit the mark there in the sense of they beat on paper the best team coming into this tournament. We were expecting, sure, again, we were talking about that BBL massive game. It should have been BBL coming out on top, maybe, like you said, maybe a little bit cleaner, more of a 2-0, but it got a little close, trade of maps, but either way, the result is the same. They got to the grand finals, but it's more of the fact that we were expecting a BBL Liquid finals. And for me, I do like what I saw. I do like what I've seen in the last matchups yesterday in the sense of from both of these teams, especially with the role changes, right? And that was the main concern. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what to expect people on coming into this, because I think in my notes I had Sentinel question mark, Sentinel question mark, Sentinel question mark on 3 different of the Giant X players. And with the role adaptations, we have Demazi now picking up the controller, playing great on that Omen, as well as Runner on the Flash. And I think that's one that I really want to focus on, is Runner playing that Initiator on the Breaches, on the Geckos. And again, obviously they are the high level of players, and I'm not one to judge, but it's more of I'm focusing on the utility usage aspect of it, because it is a role change, and it's definitely a lot easier to waste utility when you're on that Initiator aspect rather than playing on the Sentinel, because utility is not always for yourself.
Yeah, and speaking about Runner and utility, right, he obviously played the KO Breach combination against the Liquid side. He had 28 assists, majority of which flashes, right? So, like, you want to talk about util usage and you want to talk about the promising factor of runner, then, you know, he's one of them. I think another thing is the fact that Cloud, who ran the Gecko Sova yesterday, 21 assists, and you look at the BBL side in their game, and yeah, fair enough, there are people putting up the numbers, but that's over the course of 3 maps, where it's like Profex got 32 in 3 maps, but he's on the smokes. The next person in is Chua, playing the Cypher, and the Viper, 22 assists. And it's like, well, you want to make that direct comparison. You want to look at maybe Yampy, who's playing a lot of flashes, or the Sova. He's got 24 assists across 3 maps. So it's not just about, oh, who's at the top of the scoreboard in terms of kills. It's how they're setting them up and how they're getting them. And for me, I think we learned quite quickly that Giant X are a side that know how to set each other up for success. Know that, oh, if we flash here, we can win this fight. Or if we stun here, I know that I'm gonna stun someone. You can take this fight and you'll win. And we saw that with Liquid when they get pulled apart yesterday. It was a lot of Giant X where, okay, we're gonna go flashing around corners. We're gonna try and just get in the grill, especially on that Sunset game. They were not scared of just util dumping a certain place, taking that space, taking bodies with them, and majority of the time they were walking away, you know, 5v4, 4v3, like, they always had that number advantage, which for me, I think against a side like BBL that kind of struggled to keep that sort of, that metronome, that pace of getting into these 5-on-4s, Giant X have got a massive entry-shaped hole that they can exploit heading into this BO5.
Yeah, and I think adding on to that is the pressure as well that they're able to create with that, especially when we're talking about a map like Sunset, when they were against Liquid. It was the pressure on that attacking side that really wasn't really getting subdued by the side of Liquid. There was flashes from your breach over and over, and it got to the point where the delay in the post plant specifically left, well, Liquid having to walk out of smokes. Even with lurks as well, we saw West Side being just a pain in the butts of the players of Liquid as well. There were so many layers that they had to, well, unpack realistically. It's sort of like a present that just keeps giving, I feel, with this new Giant X roster. And I have to say, I'm definitely impressed with the role changes and how each player is stepping up into the new role.
Yes, and obviously to deliver on the fact that this is a BO5, you were talking about the maps. I want to kind of bring it back to that point. I was talking about what we saw yesterday, Sunset and Ascent with the 2 maps between Liquid and Giant X, Bind, Pearl, Haven with the 3 maps between BBL and Papara Supermassive. So, other than the perm bans, between the 2 teams we've seen the remaining maps within the pool, there is going to be a bit of bleed and crossover between perm bans and priority and things like that. Obviously, in a BO5, you might play all 5 maps, but it doesn't stop you from picking your best first. A question to you, Summer, is like, what do you think the route is that, you know, both Giant X and BBL are going to take? Because I think for BBL's sake, right, like, they obviously headed into this and picked Pearl against the Papara Supermassive side. And then obviously for Giant X, their first selection was Ascent. And whether or not we get to see those again early on, I think you've got to look at the scorelines, both of which quite close to one another. You know, it wasn't like a decisive win on their selections.
I think I made a cute little spreadsheet, or I say spreadsheet, it's very messy notes before coming into this, looking at the different maps and the prioritization of bans, because looking at BBL, they were fleeting a different couple of maps, that they were letting the Ascents slip through. Admittedly, it was in some BO1s, but it wasn't one that they were taking off the board at the start, so maybe trying to stress the opponents into doing it. But I think we're going to be seeing Sunset definitely instead of Ascent. I feel like that's going to be banned out by BBL at the start, just because of how, well, the comeback, the resurgence of Giant X that we saw yesterday, and as well, it's a map that they're not afraid to pick into. And then Sunset, I think Sunset, Haven, Bind, and possibly Pearl later down the line, because I don't think that's necessarily something that either of these teams want to pick into early doors, because again, BBL wanting to float it, they picked it yesterday, it didn't necessarily go their way. Obviously, they've had time to fix those mistakes, but I think it's going to be like more of that 4, 5, maybe even 3rd map coming out, but it's definitely not going to be one of the first 2. And I think that's the main thing that's important for BBL, is having that opportunity then to have a good start in this series before they're having to refresh and revitalize a Pearl that was pretty drab yesterday.
Yeah, and one other opponent that Giant X are going to be facing today is the vocal lot in the crowd, right? We obviously heard yesterday the game between BBL and Papara Supermassive. It was fair enough leaning in favour of BBL, but it wasn't the loudest. But both sort of sides of the coin were shouting for either team respectively. Now that obviously a lot of the Turkish competition has been knocked out, none of which on Giant X, of course, you're now going to be put in a position where it is the entire crowd against you, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you were a fan of BBL or Papara Supermassive yesterday. If you want your home country to take the trophy, everyone is going to be cheering for BBL. And they weren't quiet yesterday. And that was, you know, even when, as I say, like, things were split down the middle and people were cheering for either team. For Giant X, they didn't really feel that pressure yesterday. You know, the crowd wasn't there for a particular reason. Maybe had a favourite of the two, but you know, when flags are involved and, you know, it's the hometown heroes basically now playing in the grand final, I think that's going to be a serious backing that BBL are going to get. You know, Lewin and Sociable both playing under that BBL side and having been Turkey residents all their lives, or Turkish residents, I should say. The crowd is just going to be there for them, and it's going to be quite a scary thing for the Giant X side to get used to. But what I will say is, not so much crowd pressure, but as I said, and I'll touch on even further, is the comebacks made yesterday and the resilience against the Liquid side that looked pretty good, right? Like, obviously, it was a 2-0, plain and simple. Liquid lost, Giant X won, but you actually have a look at how the Giant X side were able to take these wins. 4-round comeback, and denied, but they were clutched out in OT after losing 4 in a row where they could have won. And then the map before that, they were in the gutter by 7 rounds. It was 10-3. They lose a pistol. We thought, wow, this is going to be a quick Liquid map. And, you know, we were still in the map 20 minutes later saying, how the hell has this gone to OT, right? So I think for me, Giant X, yeah, sure, disadvantage in terms of the crowd, but probably feeling pretty confident knowing that, look, if we beat Liquid from both in front and behind yesterday, this should be no different for BBL today.
And I think it's more of the point of, I saw a couple of tweets going out yesterday of oh, great to get the experience on stage with the new team realistically for majority of these players. Like, it's a complete new core change for this team. And for me, it's really nice to see that they are taking this as a learning curve as well. And I feel maybe there's going to be, like you said, a little bit of an advantage to BBL in regards to any sort of crowd support going through, but also that can be that double-edged sword as well. If that pressure starts to ramp up on some of the newer players of BBL coming into that roster, there's a lot of pressure within that scene to, like you said, it's a hometown heroes. It's the Turkish all playing at this Turkish land in Istanbul, and there's definitely going to be pressure in the back of the minds of some of these players. It's just how well they're able to let that subside. But also from the side of Giant X, you've seen it subside in the sense of with Liquid, like you said, it was the massive comeback that they had to mount on Sunset. Going into the second map then, they had 5 rounds in a row that they, well, lost after being up onto that match point first. They lost the first round in overtime as well. So it got to the point where, okay, we have to win this one. We have to push this into another one. And fortunately for them that they did, and they made it to the grand finals. But Ryan, I will ask you the ghastly question predictions. What are we, like, not just who's going to come out on top in regards to the final, but the scoreline in particular with maps.
Büyük final için heyecanlı bir arena.
Wait, you have to.
You're horrible. Okay. Giant X 3-1. That's my call. Done. What about you, Summer?
I think it's going to be a 3-0. I think it's going to be a quick day. Especially if Giant X win the first map, I think it's going to be a whitewash.
Okay. Do you believe? I mean, I'm just guessing at this point, but I believe the hype is being given to the crowd. Everyone going to be warming up those vocal cords. We mentioned that this is going to be a big factor that plays into the BBL Arsenal today. And we'll see if that's going to be a detriment for the Giant X side. Do believe we have our first team walking out on stage now. I lied.
Oh no, it's the trophy.
Oh, no,
the trophy's going to walk out. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, as you can tell, we
it
don't
is a
know
clean
what's
trophy.
going on.
It is a very. We don't understand Turkish, unfortunately.
We need a translator. That's what we needed. There you go. Pretty cool trophy, as you say. Different, I must admit. Different, but I do like it.
I mean, it's better than some of the EMEA ones that we've had.
Wow.
It's true. I've got to throw it out there. It's a pretty sick trophy. And honestly, love it. I'm loving the green. At what point do we get Google Translate open to read? Because I feel like it's so hype.
Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. We're talking about the Masters notebooks. Hashtag ad, I guess.
Monsters notebook. I think that's
yeah.
the laptops, right? It's the laptops and PCs. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we've got confirmed by production. We're doing a little bit of an ad segment. It's for the laptops and PCs that they're playing on, and then yeah.
And then hopefully the teams will be walking out and we'll see some people shoot each other. In the server, of course. Must admit, pretty cool land setting. I'm pretty excited to see how things develop for both of these teams. You know, as I said, I think we kind of discussed it all, right? Talking about the fact that Giant X have made some pretty big changes as of recent. Talking about the fact that BBL are going to have the crowd behind them. It's all going to play a part. Nerves aren't going to get on the Giant X side. I think the question is if they can shrug off the crowd and deny them from sort of being filtered in to maybe a bit of the tilt or you know, a couple of miscommunications. And here we have it, our first team walking out, and it is the Giant X side. They are playing on the, if they say the right, I'm pretty sure both teams that won yesterday played on the left. So now I want to change my prediction. I'm pretty sure Liquid was sat on the right yesterday. BBL were definitely sat on the left yesterday.
You have a better memory than I do for stuff like that. Honestly, I didn't even notice. But one thing that I want to say is that the crowd definitely is not in their favour. You wait for this rule. As soon as we get the BBL squad running out, we're going to have the flags again. You saw Yampi on Twitter with that. So there's definitely hype for this team.
They're playing on the left. This could be scary. This is where BBL won yesterday, and I do believe it was Giant X's side as well. The right-hand curse continues, maybe, in this tournament. We'll see. Our grand finalists walk out on stage. Fist bump between the coaches. Final few words going to be said face-to-face before the send-off is done. And everyone gets ready in the server. The team talk being given. We'll have a look at the veto while it's going on as well. BBL to ban first. Ascent Abyss, the first lot gone. The rest will be played, but in what order? It is BBL that picks Sunset and Giant X starting on defense. BBL getting attack on Pearl. Giant X taking defense on Split. BBL taking defense on Haven, and Bind as our decider, where GX will take defense as well. So that's Sunset, Pearl, Split, Haven, and Bind if you're only audio listeners today. In that order as well, BBL select first, back and forth between them. If we do get to that decider, I mean, one will be a banging grand final, but two, I think there's every opportunity that BBL should be able to take this. And you can see everyone looking on both sides quite composed heading into today. It's not going to be the biggest crowd everyone's played in front of, but I think everyone knows that, especially for the BBL side, this would do a lot of people sitting opposite them very, very proud.
And I think just looking at the veto, I was definitely expecting Sunset and Pearl to come out, but the fact that it was BBL that picked into Sunset and it was Giant X that picked into Pearl, and it was both of the maps that, well, in the semi-finals yesterday, we saw a lot of weaknesses on from both teams. It was BBL's pick going into Pearl against Tulpars Supermassive. They inevitably fell to them, and it is more of the fact that the confidence that Giant X have that their Pearl is not only good enough to be that debut, because obviously we haven't seen this team on this map yet, and I say that with a pinch of salt because we've barely seen them on any maps. We've only seen two. So from that, one have already been taken out by an insta-ban from BBL, and Sunset is the first one that we're going to be seeing. BBL picking into it. Saw what Giant X had to offer on it yesterday, and are confident that they can take care of it in this one. I'm still happy that I got Bind as the final map right. That's all I'm saying. I said we were going to get Sunset, Pearl, and Haven, and then Bind as the decider. I just got the order a little bit wrong, okay? So I'm going to take that as sort of a pat on the back. And the prioritization of the ban from BBL on Ascent does make a lot of sense.
We are more than ready to see these two teams compete. Final changes, adjustments, everything going to be made before this head-to-head clash to see who will be the champion of this tournament. After seeing the veto in the order, Summer, is there any adjustment that you want to make to your 3-0 prediction? I'll give you the one opportunity. This is like stick or twist?
Ooh, I think I'll go back for a 3-1. But
Okay,
I still
copy of
think
me, I
if
see.
I'm a sheep, what can I say? But I think if it still goes down to the fact that if Giant X can win the first map and start off with the foot up in the series, I think it's definitely going to get interesting towards the later couple of maps. But yeah, just the first 2 maps I'm the most excited to see, I think, out of this Vita, because it's sort of that trade of map picks that we saw from yesterday. I'm picking into opponents that, sure, BBL are picking into Sunset with Giant X1, but there was definitely options. There's a lot of footage as well. It went into overtime, so they're going to have the support staff looking at that one in itself. But for the side of Pool, Giant X definitely have something cooking for that.
Our BO5 will commence very, very soon. Let us know your predictions in the chat. Be interesting to see what you, the general public, will think of this BO5 as well. Who you're siding with and what scoreline you think it's going to be. Done in 3, 4, or 5. Who's taking it home? We could be here for, 5+ hours of Valorant action. Equally said, could be here for 3. So let us know. Make sure you stay hydrated, grab your snacks, whatever it may be, and enjoy what's on your screens. We should be about ready to go.
Yeah, for any of the British viewers, obviously a cup of tea and biscuits goes a long way. Ryan is unfortunately one of the energy drink users, as we saw yesterday on stream.
Look, you can say it. It's a sponsor here. Man, I slam a Monster every day. If they want to send me something, feel free. But yeah, I don't know. Other liquids are available, I guess.
Water.
Yeah, I'm not a tea drinker, so unlucky.
Feels so eerie with this music. I just can't wait to get into Sunset.
Oh, it's picked back up. I thought that was going to be like a cool little segue into the game, but I do believe everyone's just...
I was ready for the camera pan into like the game, and then it would be like
zoom in, yeah.
And it would go to that POV. I was so ready for it. But it doesn't seem the players are ready just yet, no. Just making sure everything's okay with the setups. What
I've realised that more and more people are starting to use sleeves now. Like, I feel like sleeves have become more normal last year, this year. I've been using a sleeve for a few now, to be fair. But yeah, I used to think they were nonsense, and then I actually tried using a sleeve, and I thought, wow.
Do you know what I've noticed, though? A lot more people use them in this FPS compared to the other FPS that's currently going on in Shanghai. And I don't know if that's relating to the game itself, or just the fact that it's younger players you want to say coming up from Overwatch normally. I feel is the main transition, as well as that other coveted FPS.
We are moments away. I know I said that a few times, but we really are. I think it's one issue now that's holding us up, maybe.
Was that Yampion Neon?
I do believe so.
I don't know if my eyes are forsaking me there with that camera pan over. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything until we actually see in game, but that could be interesting.
The BBL massive. Already there. And I do believe... There we go. Our agent select to our right, Summer. Yampi on Neon. A IGL duelist for the side of BBL heading into our first map. More or less a mirror comp across the board. A few minor changes between what duelist has been selected, and obviously the Gecko coming out for the Giant X side as well. Omen, Cypher, Breach, the normal trio, right? As I said, there's only a couple changes.
Yeah, but from the side of BBL, sure, you have Yampi on duelist, but that also means Loon's on not duelist. Profix on Sentinels, the controller player that we've seen. So it's similar to what we've seen from Liquid yesterday of players chopping and changing roles. We saw 2 different players on Omen across the 2 maps, and I don't know if this is some sort of new meta of keeping your opponents guessing or something like that. But I'm interested to see how it plays out. I generally, I'm lost for words about what to expect from Yampy on this Neon in particular.
Yeah, I don't know. I think yesterday's games we were literally just saying, oh, you know, like a few roster changes between it. Yampy was more than happy playing the Breaches and the Sovas and the Skies. It isn't exactly like there's an agent there that he's not happy playing, right? Like we saw him play the Breach yesterday. Very much could have been played again today. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is. A structural change heading into a grand final. I always like to say that those are big risks that shouldn't necessarily be taken. Obviously, they would have done their homework, but I don't know whether yesterday was the one-off or today is. I can't tell you. What will be really interesting to note though is heading into a grand final game. You know, you want to talk about setting yourself up for next year. The difference in today's game is 7.5 grand. You know, you get 10k for second, you get 17.5 for first. So I feel like for me, if you're going to take a gamble, BO5 grand final, at least it isn't like the last ditch effort, and it's like if you lose this one map, you're done. But I can't help but think that this is quite a serious roll of the dice, considering you know, you kind of want to start this one with a bang. You want to start this BO5. Obviously on BBL selection as well of Sunset, on the right foot, and the fact that they've made this structural change heading into it, maybe it will prove to shut me up completely and I look like the idiot, but and I hope that is the case, but I don't know. I think that is a massive risk and a massive gamble to be taking in a grand final.
And I think it's not even just about the composition change. Sure, you're going from, admittedly, we've seen them on this map like once, and I was against G2. Didn't go too great. It was like a 13-5 Red Bull. But I'm just looking at the composition that they had. It was very much your default standards. You're not taking advantage of the busted Neon at the moment, and you can see a lot of teams are sort of weeding it out realistically if they come in preparation for the nerfs. Not sure how much the nerfs are really going to do when they do come through, but they ran the Raze and the Breach, but it was more of, well, we had Loon, the duelist we know for BBL, on that Raze, and having that switch of Yampy going on to the Neon. We also have T-Roy going on to the controller, if I remember correctly from that agent select, and that's one thing that's concerning for me. Actually, no, I think it's sociable, but either way, you're taking the difference in roles, and I feel like the playstyles that match each role specifically might come into effect, especially when you're talking about more of a passive lurker, that kind of tempered aggression sort of playstyle, versus you're looking at your duelist, you want him to go in ready, versus a calculated Yampy with utility now on the Neon. And I'm not saying it's not going to work out, but I think that's definitely going to be in the back of my mind when I'm going into this, is how well are they able to adapt to the new roles and new agents while also having all this chaos around them of other players doing the same. And I do hope that they've coped, because it has been some time since we saw that match. I think it was about the start of this month or a couple of weeks back, so there's time to change, there's time to run it in scrims. But yeah, it's definitely good that they're doing it in the first map, and I do hope for the next couple we go back to the more standard composition in the sense of what we're seeing of each player on what agent that they're playing, because I know that they can do well on those agents, and hoping that they can prove me wrong in this match in particular, saying they can do well on any agent that they want to go on.
I've been told that we are ready to go in about 30 seconds, Summer, so with that all being said and us chewing your ear off, we'll shut up and head into the game in just a moment and focus on what's in front of us. This is the grand final. If you've only just joined us, BBL taking on the Giant X side, BO5, Sunset Pearl, Split, Haven, Bind. And it's a banger to see who will walk away with 10k in their pocket and the other team's 17,500 USD, and the cool trophy up front and center as well. We've let us know your thoughts. I think, you know, we're both now 3-1. I'm definitely still on the Giant X hype train from yesterday. We'll see if BBL will derail. We head into round one of map one. It's Sunset. Thank you everyone for being patient. Apologies for the delays, but we are a go.
And look at this. No way Prophet's going to go unnoticed. It does get cleared out. So that's 1 for 1, but also so much space has been given up over towards mid. That was a solo player that they've spotted over towards B main. That means they've been able to leave and they're going over to market. And well, Yampy is in the back lines. Hippo doesn't even know what's hit him. And that's a free sight. I know it's just pistol, but
the man that can do it all, apparently. Chua planting the spike. 2 remain on the side of Giant X. Not the ideal start that they were looking for. Tomazzi, west side. Both going to have to find something between them. Start isn't good. And the second, well, information gathered. 1 on 4. Knife gives it up even further. Tomazzi sits on the other side of the smoke. It'll fade in a moment's notice. The flash is good. Tries to back away. The chase is on.
Yampy's in his duo at Saga, Brian. I doubt it for absolutely no reason. He's a neon demon. What can I say? And it was more of that kill over towards main. The fact that it's a 1 for 1. Hadn't even an opportunity to be 1 for 2. And so much space was given up towards mid. He pulled the trigger on the neon, and yeah, people just had no idea that Yampy was just sat behind him in CT.
Crowd, vocal, ready. And they'd like to see more of the same. IGL duelist Yampy. And he doesn't stop after one either, Summer. Second round, he wants more. Loon sends the head of Cloud off his shoulders. Runner will eventually get to the neon, but the rest of the BBL side, quick to remove of the Giant X roster. 2 for 2. Very solid start.
Just getting through the paces realistically in that round. Nothing too much to be scared of when it comes to the classics, except maybe Runner. Constellation kill on the way out. We're able to pick up that Phantom on the way over, and you can see BBL coaches are happy and smiling, or at least one of them. Pal's as stone cold focused as ever. This is mid-aggression. Gets one just over the top of that smoke, but that does not halt any sort of the attack from BBL.
Flash goes through, blind, but still finding one. Cloud, a double. Sociable gets one back. 2 on 4 now that BBL will have to untangle themselves from within. Sociable to take the spike and nearly finds one through it. Will regain vision, but just as Westside leaps around the corner, all on Profek. 1 on 4, tapping away. Purpo gets there for Giant X. They will strike for their first hit in round number 3. But after the 2-round beginning, BBL looking to strike back in round 4.
Saving grace for Cloud to get to. The good timing for the wingman to go out, gets the stun, able to isolate the 1v1s. And it's a good round for Giant X. Admittedly, it's a bonus for BBL, but coming into it, mid has already been exploited twice in a row now for the side of BBL, whether it was on the pistol or the one previous. A lot of space has been given up really early.
Might have a couple of audio issues here on the stream, in which case we do apologise. Having a look at round 4, you can see that BBL, look, fast-paced pistol, second round extremely quickly as well, Summer. Third round you lose, and this one, it's just a lot more of a calculative approach, right? You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket immediately. They're getting a feeler for what's in front of them. I mean, Yampy's one off the ult as well, bear that in mind. So, for them, spike down means everything. Purpo pushing through mid, though, catching Chua.
Yeah, and it's just the real aggression through mid. 4 players being ready and waiting. Just going for it, sort of that exploratory, because it's been so silent from the side of BBL. They do get an answer back, though. Profek not expected to be over towards B, and that still keeps Westside over towards this site, and even starts to draw Tomasi away, but now Purpo falls. That's going to be the start of the rotate over. The spike is not yet committed. Starting to make its way into A main now, though, so players are going to be tested, and a flank opportunity for Profek later into the round.
Flash, but Tomasi will turn away. Loon gets the trade. Westside, one back through middle. And there's only 12 seconds left here to plant the spike. Runner going to try and deny them of it first and second, going the way of Runner. Giant X, they'll follow up their success with another. BBL, their lead now voided. It's Giant X's turn to take a step up to the top spot and see how far they can run with it.
Early rounds into the game though, Ryan. It's only been a couple, even they're back out to a 2-2. BBL. It's not many funds in the bank. They've been forced down onto the Sheriffs. Even Yampy using the overdrive in the last. Nothing really to work with in this one. No ultimates online. Just talk about profit. If you can get one, you can get the neural theft. Gets a little bit more information, trying to overrun these defenders. But I say that Tomasi just wants to give up a weapon for free. Yampy is going to pick that one up.
Oh no. And a second one as well, Summer. This is bad. Had no business in even having a look in at this round. Lewin with 3 individuals. That's what we were looking for from this BBL side. Yampy picks up a gun and picks up the 4th. And Westside left with it all to do. Jumps through. Lewin makes it 4. It's flawless. It's an eco. And damn right, the BBL crowd just getting crazy.
They came into that with 4 Sheriffs and a Classic. No ultimates to work with, and it really is off the back of Loon just going absolutely crazy. Even Yampy is able to pick up the Vandal later into the round, but it wasn't necessarily the round changer. 4K for, well, the duelist that we were thinking of, but now turned KO into this match at least. Standing up for the crowd. One of the Turkish home heroes as well. Obviously, BBL is a Turkish org, but it has now a core of a European roster. But there's still a couple of Turkish players on there. Loon being one of them. And he's one of the players that's been around in the Turkish scene for a while, becoming up from the grassroots. So definitely going to have the crowd behind him on that one. On top of being on the side of BBL, that's the home team for majority of these fans.
I believe this one, timeout, might be technical, don't quite know too much just yet, but a patient game going to be played for both. BO5 this game is. A couple of rounds in the big picture don't matter, but gotta understand this is, you don't want to let slip too far too quickly. I think both teams have shown real charisma in their games yesterday.
Pippa may go unnoticed here until he has to break that trip, but Westside given an opportunity, but flashed off the angle. Yampy, just easy pickings. Pippa tries to be the backstab of Profek, and it just falls apart at the seams. A lot cleaner from the side of BBL when we're talking about dealing with a pistol, is something that Giant X may want to learn from.
50 seconds left. BBL have done the hard part in removing some of these players from sites and making it as difficult as possible to win out. Kill goes back the other way. Sociable. Finding one more, and it's all on Tomasi. 1 on 3. The stun misses the mark, and a nice little one-tap to get things going. 2 more to go. Question is he going to be wary with what's on his left? He goes to check, but it's a half clear. Doesn't really think that they're going to be pushed that deep. Just wanted to check it for the visuals. And with that, 4 on the board for BBL.
Oh, I did say that they were handling with the pistols pretty well, but I take it back. An expensive round for the side of BBL, but it's a round nonetheless. And for the side of Giant X, they're walking away with that. That's fine. We've got 3 kills. trying to keep the economy of BBL in check because it's starting to grow. You've got 6k on one of the players and 5k on a few of the others, so any damage is good damage for the side of Giant X, especially when they had this fullback coming into the next. And talking about this one, there's so many ults that are available, or just one away for the side of Giant X. And BBL, you can talk about Chiwa trying to utilize that Rolling Thunder to get onto site if they're able to get a pick, and they can really speed up off the back of it.
Profek spotting out west side, peripheral vision, giving him the leg up in that engagement. Moves in and tucks up towards the default position, and look how deep this is. No one from Giant X is expecting a move to have landed this deep, and while they are all transitioning from B to A, it's in fact the Cypher that is going to find the lurk all the way through to back site. So this is going to be alarm bells now for the defense. They've given up the site. Rolling Thunder now used as west side push further back, and now Sociable's in a position where he's just a lurking entity. They can just keep the space on site, they can plant the spike, and now this is all about just playing the numbers and playing for the round. Purpo moves in, a good little bit of movement from Satchel to Rifle. Tomazzi a second. BBL, they had the read and the jump, but it is all on Sociable. It's the lurk against 5, and there is no way he's winning this round out. The fuse being stuck, TP's right into the trip, and that's Cloud's cue to swing through the smoke. They'll say thank you for that one. Giant X, a nice retake, but BBL should always be converting from that position.
But you're talking about position as well. You're talking about the Omen player over towards Tiles, that flank opportunity, the Thorn in the backside, completely nullified because the retake came in so quick. Players were already in main with a Gecko ultimate. You can see it here in the replay. Purpo, free kill off the back of it, and even the spike plant's just not for him. So forced to try and TP, trying to disrupt the situation. Like I said, into the trip and into the round defeat, and an easy, comfortable retake that seemed for Giant X.
Timeout called. It is the next side, as you say, that are going to be calling for a breather, wanting a little bit of time to breathe, make sense of this situation. Pretty around behind BBL. First map of 5. We know this is going to be one hell of a marathon. See what they've got for us in round 8.
Operator on both sides, Purpo and Yampi. Especially on the Neon, taking really aggressive angles, being the forefront as an operator, and it works out. Westside just peeks into the crosshair. Sociable's able to pick up one over towards A as well, and they have so many options now for BBL, whether they want to continue pressing through mid, because they've gotten a pick on market over towards B and also A, while still holding mid. Runner tries to disrupt it though.
Flash in, Tomazzi taking matters into his own hands towards A. Runner's just found a kill elsewhere in the meantime. 5 on 3 BBL had in this round. And now it's left level. Both teams only repping a handful left. Cloud's going to avoid the knife. BBL plant front side. No one's checked the back here. Gecko flash at the worst possible time. And now the flash to go through from the BBL side is going to give Lewin enough space to back away. He'll move to backside. Runner, good start. Lewin trades off. Flash into the smoke. He's going to get set up by the ultimate. Has to hit the shot on Cloud and Khan. And now it's all on Profek. And Giant X will equalize.
It's from a 5v3, Ryan. They had the 2 entries, one towards market, one over towards A. They had so much space. They give up mid. Bruno attempts to re-clear and has so much information that they have backed off. Is even able later into the round to get up a kill on the player trying to cross back over, to group up with his teammates in B main. And it falls apart at the seams. You can see it in the replay that these kills weren't really from the site here at all. It was just individuals stepping up across the map from both sides, really. At the start, it was BBL almost getting double kill on B and A simultaneously. Answered back by Ginex again. One over towards mid, one over towards A. Forces and funnels them over towards B, where they had the perfect retake setup. Marzi off the board early. That could be difficult for the side of Ginex to come back from. There's no more smokes that you can cycle over towards A, so it's definitely a lot more passive angle that Popo's having to hold. You can't cycle that one way anymore. Good pick from Loon towards the start. It does seem A is where BBL at least wants to inquire about any more information, anything they can work with going into this, but while the Ginex players are rotating back over, Sociable surely doesn't stick that.
Has to try and escape the clutches of sight. Purpo in the meantime with one. Cloud eventually finding that omen. And look at this, just relentless aggression. Purpo's sniped down another with the op. Lewin, Chiwa. 2 on 4. They're going to try and transition from outside A main towards middle. Lewin has to trade out. 1 on 4 that this would be for Lewin to win out. 15 seconds left, time is of the essence, but everyone from Ginex left. A is vacant. Lewin needs to move in and plant that spike ASAP. Is there enough time? This is close, if there is. Yep, it is in, and Runner caught by the ultimate, so Lewin more than happy to play out this round, believing in this clutch. Peeks on in, but straight into the jaws of Purpo, and that is Ginex that take the lead.
Their position gave away as well by the ultimate. You can hone in on a little bit easier, so all the players group together, take the fight, and like you said, Popo closes it out. Ginex back in the lead, but it's not much of a lead, Ryan. It's 1 round difference, and we've seen how devastating pistols can be from the side of BBL for this Ginex roster, but you have to admit, talking about differences between this game and the one that we saw previously against Liquid, you have to talk about improvements.
Definitely some being shown. Excited to see this GX side taking control. BBL, I think, maybe offered 1 too many opportunities on each map yesterday, Summer. I don't think that's unfair to say. I think now that they're playing against a side that is very prepped and ready for playing at the very top tiers of Valorant, they know that they're not quite going to get away with the same stuff that maybe they did against a lesser experienced side of Papara Supermassive.
And there's less mistakes as well to capitalize on, I feel. Admittedly, when the mistakes are offered up, maybe I'll do pounce, like we were talking about that pistol round, individual gunfights being taken, and realistically just aim duels that BBL were able to come out on top. That let them get the 5th and 6th round together. But since then, 3 rounds in a row now for Ginex. The spike has gone down in all of them, so there's a little bit extra cash to work with, but not much. You can see BBL again falls back onto that half buy. 4 sheriffs and a guardian. Just looking at this one, you want to think about fundamentals for Ginex, so they don't lose this one away like they lost that 5th round. Have respect for the Teagles and for the sheriffs of BBL.
All sorts of util being dumped immediately. Yampy has found the gap that he wanted to exploit. Now, under some serious threat, because you can see the GX bodies just leaping into action on site. Sociable's just found 2. Profek another, and Tomazi needs to win a 1v2. Spike presented at his feet. So little to no movement from the Omen required. It's Profek with this Sheriff. Needs himself a 3rd for his team, the 5th and final, to put 5 on the board as he jumps up. Tomazi shifts around the corner. And we'll make that gap a little bit bigger in favour of the GX side.
Looked off so well for this retake, even put the showstopper, invest it in. Sheriff's just chime in for the side of BBL. Never in doubt in regards to the aim of some of these players on this server. Here again, it down to that 1v1. Unfortunately, there was no rifle to recover.
Yeah.
Without crossing the line of sight of Tomazi. And talking about line of sight, there is absolutely no line of sight towards mid, Ryan, but Cloud's still able to absolutely put Yampy down in that round.
Ten rounds in, slight imbalance in favour of this GX side. Weaving their way through, peek off the stun, Cloud with a 2nd. Mid pressure, non-existent for the GX side, but walk into a crosshair, you will get torched. Sociable drops a smoke top middle, a peek through it, Profek. It was a penalised runner who was only trying to gather the info and make sure that the wraparound couldn't exist. Now, on high alert is this GX side, they'll go for a re-clear. Neural Theft even burnt into this round as well, just to make sure that this BBL side are going exactly where GX want them to be. Tomazi spotting both out as a jump spot. Flash goes through as well. Now the Gecko ult being dropped in. Both players restrained, restricted by the ultimate. And they'll say thank you. 7 on the board for this defense.
Lovely ultimate as well to secure the round. And I'm getting concerned. One, about that kind of kills that we're seeing coming through for the side of Giant X, but also for BBL, right? Because this was this side that Giant X were able to get 3 rounds. 3 rounds on against Liquid. And especially with the lineup that Liquid were bringing in, it wasn't necessarily the most attacker-sided composition. You had that double controller, you had Nats on the Viper. And the fact that they've managed to get up to 7 early on. Yampy, they pressing the issue towards mid, good for 1, but Runners there for the support, for the trades. The rest of the players funneling over towards ARN.
Purpo pinging the smoke, saying, look, they've blocked this off. Can't exactly sit close to it. I've got an op. I don't want to stay too scoped in to miss an opportunity of information where they could wrap around it. You can see GX happy to fall back. BBL leaving them on a little bit of a wild goose chase right now. But with only 40 seconds left, Profek, Sociable, Chiwa going to find their way onto a site. And by the looks of things, it's going to be through middle. That leaves West Side with a lot to do, Summer. Not exactly
You can
in
already
the best of
see
positions either.
Yeah, but you can see, like, with his position in particular, he's not playing to hold down this site. Sure, you have trips over towards main, he's going to have information that can feed to his team that there's smokes and this util being expended over towards B. And they're going to be able to play this in that 4v3 retake. They have a lot of utility to work with. Runner literally has everything. You even have a couple of nades from Purpo and satchels. The only issue is they need to be split up for this retake, because Chiwa, Rolling Thunder can be dangerous if they start all funneling in one position.
Good start for Sociable. Trade, good. Ult being burnt in as well. The movement, non-existent. They're still trying to get their mitts on an 8th. And now it's a 2v2 that they're going to have to work back from. Neural Theft of their own. Profek will eventually fall all on Chiwa. But both players line up. Hits the first. Jump spot. Westside taps. A big swing. Is there enough time? No, there is not. And it will be a 5th for BBL just before the end of the half.
And you can see how much, not only time, but pressure that put on the Giant X roster being able to utilize that Rolling Thunder over towards Market. Even gave an opportunity for the Cypher in sight to play around a little, even get a kill of his own, get that neural theft online, and give so much more data to the player in main to work with. And taking the individual peaks in that 1v2, isolating the 1v1. So it all started off with a rather aggressive gambit over towards top mid. Poked and prodded over towards A, saw they didn't like it. For good reason. There's a stack there. And B was an site open for the taking. You can even see the utility that Tua had, having that aftershock as well that he could have put out, but there was absolutely no time left. Goes for the swing, gets the kill anyway. A little bit of a recovery over towards the end of the half, because we could have been seeing even an 8-4 or 9-3 with the rounds, with the way some of the rounds have been going.
Half-time break being given. A 7-5 half, to be honest. I think it's the best of both worlds, right? For Giant X, maybe could have asked for an 8th at the end there, but all in all, 7's not bad for the first half for BBL. I think a fairly good recovery considering how far in the hole they were. See what they got for us in the second, though, Summer. See if it is any different at all.
That is the question. 20 seconds before we get the answer, realistically, Ryan. But for me, you have to be favouring Giant X going into this, especially after the domination we saw them. And it wasn't even just a domination in general, but it was a domination in regards to a comeback as well. They were fighting from the brink of losing the first map in the series against Liquid yesterday. Their debut map with this new roster. Many bodies mid for the side of BBL. Well, I say many bodies. Every single player from BBL ready towards mid. If there was a fast aggression from Giant X, no sort of sound subsided or picked up in main, and that's going to call for the retake. They're sticking together like such a pack right now. 5 players all towards one corner of the map, which means for the side of BBL, if Westside starts to look up pretty aggressively over towards top mid, he's going to get so much information of these players over towards B. But that also plays into the mind of how well faced are BBL for their retakes, because this is a team that's looking super comfortable to be able to gamble this hard in a pistol when you're already down 5-7.
Spike down. I was waiting to see if there was any movement, if this Cypher was going to activate any earlier. You can focus all you want on what's in front of you, but the flank is big. Westside, good start. The attacking force now have their finger on the pulse when it comes to this post plant. They know that everyone's going to be coming from spawn. Flash isn't going to catch Yampy, who slides in and gets one, but a quick reaction from Cloud, and now the bodies will crumble for both sides. Chiwa and Profek, Chiwa again, and it's all down to Westside. Has to reload. Camera set out, knows that Profek's there, but a spam through the heart of it. That will give BBL their 6th.
Giant X definitely going to be kicking themselves for that. They had a free sight. They even have a free kill on the Luke from Westside. You can see here in the replay. And look at the post plant setup. Flashes, stuns. BBL just dismantled the post plant Giant X were able to set up. Gamble pays off. You're not going to see any sort of force by a gamble from the side of Giant X that we saw in the previous against Liquid, because it's not as if they're in this massive deficit of rounds. This will only equal them up, and that's going to be important for the side of BBL, just to keep themselves like within 1 or 2 rounds as much as they can, and even possibly take the lead going into the third, because the weapons that they have, if they are able to keep these Bulldogs and outlaw over, it can prove a little bit scary for Giant X. Yampy, free kill, free spike.
Wow. Second for Sociable as well. BBL's defense looking strong. I mean, Yampy's in spawn and there's still a minute left on the clock in this round. They are not caring much, Summer, about the normals of Valorant. Wanting to get this round done as quickly as possible. Look as dominant as possible. Strike fear into the opposition. For GX, well, they've got work to do themselves now, Summer. As you say, that lead completely voided. Trying to move into this one. There's a new chapter. Start putting rounds together. We'll see if that's going to be the case. The pistol's quickly dismissed.
That's sort of like a premium express delivery of the spike into spawn. Admittedly, you're not expecting too much from the pistols. A little bit of damage, that's about it, 1 kill. But now back onto this full bite. Outlaw still in the hand of Prophet, so Purpose and Cloud are susceptible to the one-shot body shot with those half shields. Hopefully they can avoid them as long as possible to get into this post plant. Sociable on this elevated angle, stunned out, so there's no peek going to come through too soon. It's definitely be something they have to be aware of. Ryan! Purpo's just absolutely decimated him on that angle.
5 on 3. GX need a response. And they might have just earned one. Lewin next into the jaws of the site. Hold runner will get dropped, but the trade not vacant. They know this is just a game of time, delaying what feels like the inevitable now. Westside catching Lewin, turning away from the flashes. Tomazi, Cloud there to hold hands, join forces, and give them the upper hand once more. The GX side retake their lead.
Important round to not let slip through their fingers. This is the real test, Ryan. Round 16, rifles out for BBL and Giant X. A little bit of discrepancy for the side of Paper. He's on that Guardian. Not many ults have worked. If they're able to funnel an ultimate onto Cloud, we could see the Thrash utilised in this round to clear out the site and refresh over and over again just to really put the pressure on the defenders. Thrash in pocket now. A win condition for Giant X into this one. But also, look at Loon over down towards mid. Towards Petra.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like this is where they want to go. Is he going to be he's not going to be cleared out, Ryan.
Oh no. Lewin will walk through. Easy frag onto Cloud. But the problem is, they've actually lost the site control of B in the meantime. And you can see it's panic stations. Everyone's moving around. Everyone's thinking that B is still under threat, but A under siege.
And A is where the spike is going. So, no kill off the trip for the side of Profek over towards main. Even Pooper as this late mid pressure to try and mount a flank, but opts to go for main because his teammates are falling on the site.
3 on 3. Moving forward, flash out. Purpo under the smoke, jumps in, missed shots, and BBL will collect all 3 between the two. Chiwa, Sociable, more than happy to do it. Profek just a bystander. And that is BBL's ticket back in this saga. Never ending.
This is a perfect segue for BBL to get a couple of rounds together to go on a similar string of rounds that we saw Giant X in the previous half. You can see there on the timeline, it's 5 in a row. It was a drought for BBL on that attack. Giant X now falls down to a half bite. It's not pretty. Purpo on a frenzy. Only Vandal you can speak of is Cloud, but that's that hero rifle.
Is the hero rifle enough? Well, already one player silenced, a second, but it is Tomazzi. Name in red in the kill feed. Now that's a bit of a concern because, as you say, for GX, they haven't put all their eggs in one basket. They've opted to try and play for the future. Purpo's just lined up two. The Vandal strikes twice towards A, and now you can see they start to flood the site. The gates are open and they aren't closing anytime soon. Lewin on B hasn't even moved an inch off this site. Someone wants nothing to do with this round. GX, as you say, minimal investment, but maximum reward.
I'm talking about return on investment, Ryan. Cloud's the hero rifle into that one gets realistically taken care of pretty easily, but rifle falls into the hands of Purpo. And a double kill, quick lineup, BBL wanting to take the aggression to Giant X to re-clear out Elbow. And you can see how close these bodies are on Elbow. They're basically on top of each other. And then a showstopper becomes quickly online, snipe over towards CT. Loon given the good graces to be able to save this weapon over. So I was talking about economy for the side of BBL. Or for the side of Giant X, rather, that it wasn't great that they were coming into that with one hero rifle, a Guardian, Frenzies, and a Sheriff. And now it's BBL that we have to look towards about what sort of decisions in the financial aspect are we going to be going for. Because the game is close. You don't necessarily want Giant X to get up onto double digits, but also you don't want to ruin your economy for the next should you lose this one. So it's a ragtag buy. Similar to what we saw Giant X in the previous, but this time the hero rifle is on Loon, the one who was able to save that over. Cloud clearing out Petra. Corner that he was unfortunately damned by in the previous. That should be a lot of information for BBL, right? For that cage going down from west side, trying to fake out the lurk over towards main. How deep Loon is here, that means that the rotates are going to be looking over towards mid, over towards A. That's exactly where these players are for Giant X.
Well, that's a good start for west side. 5-on-4, I was wondering what the reaction's going to be, and it's just a complete swarm of the A side. They don't even know which direction this GX side is coming from. The answer is all of them. 3 kills for 1. GX will see that as a more than fair trade for Lewin yet again. Left as a B anchor. Now has to make the worldie of a rotate, and then a 1v4 somehow full in his favour. Got an ult to his name. I don't think that's going to matter. They even ping. Look, probably coming from CT. Might go into spawn. That's why the Cypher cam is there. They've got 2 players doubled up on short. Lewin. Angle by angle and pixel by pixel. But soon into the jaws of GX. First team to double digits. 3 away from taking map 1. Which is the pick of BBL, may we add.
An interesting one. I'm not hating what I'm seeing, Ryan. I'm not hating it.
Yeah.
An interesting switch up of the roles. Yampion do this, but it's not necessarily the worst that could have come out of this. I don't think that's necessarily the crux of the problem or any sort of the role changes, but it's more of, even in this round, you can see how suffocated the defenders are, right?
Yeah.
There's so many different angles that they have to worry about, and it's all about having the right timing to look at which, because you have 2 players converging from top mid, 2 players pushing out from main, on top of all the utility that's just being plastered, thrown, and dumped your way. And on top of that, they only had pistols, Ryan. So they're not necessarily living the best life over towards the A site as the anchors. Also, neither was Loon. Loon was the only player with a rifle unable to get active in that round in the sense of it didn't come B. He had the perfect position if they were to go overlooking certain angles on the B main push. It's just not being afforded to him. And even in this round, you can see Purpo's decision to bring out an Outlaw, aware of the economy situation of BBL. Every single player is subject to that one-shot body shot. Even Yampy, who's opted to bring out an operator into this one.
Well, good start for Westside yet again. He's been in the kill feed a fair bit in this second half. Yampy gets one back with the Purpo, denying Lewin of the double, but the ultimate still rings out that null command. Nothing but problems for the GX side. They dismantle Yampy. TP, oh my god! It's just baited by Tomazzi. Purpo finds the other. And Chiwa alone, 1-on-2, comes round through the short side, going wide towards main. Nobody's held for this position, but the Roomba gives all. The ultimate being burned. Both players sent into the air. The TP couldn't have come at a better time for Tomazzi, who will move towards spawn. The stun goes out. Tap of the spike. Tomazzi doesn't bait. He bites down on the idea that it's a stick. He jumps, he sees no one sticking it. Now, Tomazzi walks into the util, takes a bit of damage. Chiwa, tap again. Tomazzi, not sure if it's going to be a stick or swing in the second half. And GX take another.
Again, Ryan, these defenders, sure, they put up a little bit of a better fight in this one. But again, off the start, you have play. He doesn't know where to look. Left, right, main, market. Yampy puts up a good fight. Gets to the operator. Good ult from Chiwa, but it's the TP from Tomazzi, like you said, comes at the perfect timing. TP's out to safety. Plays mind games. BBL are risking to let Giant get onto match point, get up to 12, because they're coming into this with a half fight, a Bucky, and a Bulldog. Prophet pushing the issue towards main. We've seen how well these Eagles can do, but Sheriff is not going to get a chance in this round, at least for the Sentinel. Loon has a possibility here, though, and even an upgrade, Ryan.
Not a bad start, as you say. Westside gets one back. A second shot connects the Sheriff over the top of the smoke. Sociable gets one more, but it runs out of ammunition as Tomazzi comes barreling at him through the smoke. Yampy, 1v2. You talk about experience, you talk about a veteran, you talk about a chance to step up. Yampy's found one. And it's all left on Westside. Everything to do to give GX their 12th. Yampy repositions, waiting patiently. Yampy. Listen to that noise. They know how much this round means to them. They know how much that is worth, Summer. That's the golden ticket back into this game. They desperately needed a round because they were running out of time. And Yampy, knight in shining armor for this defensive side that has very much lacked in this second half.
Wrap upon wrap. Westside caught unawares. Staving off. Match point. Closing the gap, 11-9. Ultimate's coming back online for both of these teams, but you definitely have to be favouring BBL here. But I say that Westside does not even need any ultimates, Ryan. He just mouse clicks and decimates 3 towards mid, gets his ultimate online, and now again, Prophet, the site anchor, has so much to do, so many angles to look at, and none are the right answer.
1 on 5, or 4 rather, for Sociable. Gets the first. Moves across safely with the TP. Has a blind and one more. problem is that these GX players so deep lying, and they could be absolutely anywhere. On site, in main, flanking him. Blind goes out, but Purpo hits the shot before he even gets the chance. It's GX up to map point.
And just look at this replay. I hope we get to see it from west side towards mid. I was talking about the site executes, how they suffocate the anchors, and that's their way in. And sure, that's great and all when you go out onto site, but you still have to worry about the lurk and also the individual excellence from some of these players. You can even see the idea Chiwa wanting to flash so they can really clear out that space. Doesn't go to plan.
Good shot. Good start. West side. How many times are we going to say his name in this map, Summer? 4 more to go for BBL to concede the first map. The regroup already happening majoritively towards A. You've got west side who's sat in middle and will patiently wait for the next move that BBL try to throw at this attack. You feel like no matter what they do, it's going to be too little too late. This is looking like a GX 13th.
Definitely on the back foot, at least, but we saw that in round 21. Opportunities to turn it around. Showstopper's not going to find anything. Space.
Good little bit of information. Cloud getting the wingman to set the spike down. Break the trip in middle. This is going to call a pair of eyes back around. He's already ran away here. Westside just breaking the util as a distraction move, Summer, because now GX have all the space and they're setting them back even further. Really nice placement of the paint shells for Purpo. BBL will look for their way back in, will look to deny double digits. Good start for Lewin, but the rest of the squad just cannot deliver. It's all on Westside shoulders though. 1v1, and that spike so far ticked. Chiwa starting to stick the defuse. Westside finds 4, and that is map 1 to GX.
A gamble for BBL to pick this one into Giant X after what we saw from them yesterday against Liquid, and also the change up in players, in agents, in roles. Doesn't work out for them in this one, but again, like we said, this is a BO5. Minimum of 3 maps to be played, and for this gamble to be done in the first, I respect it. We were talking about in the pre-show, out of all the ones for them to do it in, you have to give them props of doing it in the first. You don't want this to be, like you said, a Hail Mary, come into the 4th or the 5th map when they're really down on their luck. But yeah, map 1, I wouldn't say it was clean in the sense of we had a couple of rounds go back and forth. There's a lot of ecos and a lot of power plays from certain players. Specifically, Westside is one of the ones I want to mention. But in the end, when the chips are down, it is Giant X that walk away the victors. And they have to be feeling confident going into the second map as well, which is their map pick. Something that we've seen weaknesses from BBL on yesterday.
It's exactly that, right? You talk about map 1 being a risky pick for BBL. It's their selection at the end of the day. You now head on to one of the staple picks for the GL side, right? Like they get to, or the GX side rather, they get to put together a pretty promising map pick of their own. For those that aren't aware, of course, it's Pearl up next, so not exactly the easiest of times for BBL. What I will say is that they knew how to keep it close on Sunset, but close won't quite cut it. At BO5, you will run out of lives, you will run out of chances. As I said, it's Pearl next. Between now and then, though, a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
I got this. Going up.
Spike planted.
So, a first map concludes summer, Sunset going the way of Giant X despite being BBL's selection. I think we're quite concerned to see how this BBL side are going to fare out for the rest of this series now. I think for the both of us, we knew, or at least we believed in the fact that Giant X would be taking this series. You'd just think that picking Sunset first was a bit of a gamble, Yampy being on the Neon also a bit of a gamble, and that combination doesn't quite pay off because Giant X still their pick away. Now head on to Pearl, more comfortable for this Giant X side, and things are only going to get harder from here. So it feels like for me at least, BBL, that was their must win. You know, maybe split next because it's their other pick. Obviously that's just how it works, but I feel like now it is just relying solely on split to not get 3-0'd and sent packing. I have a big belief in Giant X taking Pearl.
And I think the main thing is, we don't know what Giant X looks like on Pearl. Like, we have seen absolutely nothing of it. But from the side of Giant X, they have seen what BBL look like. And yeah, going back to the old reliable of Pro and Loon on the do list, back to the usual roles for Yampy and Profik as well. And honestly, I'm kind of happy to see the experiment come out. It obviously didn't go in the way that BBL wanted to see it, but it's definitely nice to see innovative ideas as well that come through from BBL. It is off-season, of course, ahead of the VCT kickoff in 2025. May as well try a few things out.
Yeah, I think for my sake, we just had a quick look at the agents, as you say. Like, whatever Giant X pick is going to be blind to everyone at home and even BBL, right? Like, there is some tape on BBL and what you can go back and see. Okay, these guys have played Pearl a couple of times now, you know, close quali. Not so much for the main event, or even the main event, sorry, where we saw them lose to Papara Supermassive 13-11, and that's probably where the confidence comes from to pick this first for Giant X, right? I think, as we were saying in the semi-final game against Liquid, they picked, if I'm not mistaken, Ascent, and so I thought maybe that was going to be something that, you know, if BBL wouldn't have banned out, they probably would have picked that first, and I just thought, would they have gone with something more comfortable? You know, you have a look in even the close quali, and it's not exactly like, you know, the team that they played against, Papara Supermassive, were a humongous threat, or at least looked like to be by far the best team in that quali. So the fact that things came so close, for like Giant X, maybe playing a bit of their own game, but definitely going to be looking at that game, scratching their heads and going, hold on a minute, you know, they lost 13-11 on this map to Papara Supermassive. You're always going to feel confident heading into this second map that you can win.
And especially, like you said, they lost on this map previously. For the side of BBL, sure, they can go back and do the same thing that, well, Giant X should be doing. Is looking how will they be able to exploit the defensive and attacking setups of this roster, because it's been done before, and it's been done pretty efficiently. 13-11, sure, it's not necessarily the nicest scoreline to look at. It's a win nonetheless, and especially for the underdog in the series that we were expecting BBL to walk away with a clean, realistically a clean and dominant 2-0, and that turned out to be the longest series that we had. Sure, maybe you can talk about the Liquid game being, it was into double OT a couple of times on both of the maps, but it wasn't even pushed to the third, so definitely a fight put up by the side of Papara Supermassive in that Turkish derby, but it was BBL that came out at top and made their way to the finals and into this second map. And a great way to start her off is in a pistol, Ryan. Trying to put the woes of the previous map behind them. Starting on the attack, they at least get to control the tempo and control where they're going to be attacking.
Well, not a bad start for the GX side. They have got the slight lead in terms of HP, but the numbers left level. BBL aren't happy with going for just a plant here. They want blood, and they get some. Sociable, Lewin, both dropped by those pistols in spawn. Tomazi, not interested in A. Heading through middle right now, probably going to try and pull off a bit of a wraparound. Even then, though, it's offered BBL the all-important few seconds to get that spike down and gets it up in the post plant.
When you're talking about the post plant, an opportunity to isolate a 1v1 against Sociable for the time being, but a quick trade available from Yampy over towards May Loons. This last line of defense, realistically, for this pathing that they're taking in. Information now gathered, and the post plant is being reset up, rejigged around. Now Crossfire.
Oh, good start, but Tomazi, as you say, put into the guillotine. No chance of a way back in. And that is the start that BBL were looking for, right? Take a pistol, start making them feel a little bit more uncomfortable with the idea of this map. Get ahead, stay ahead. That's going to be the game plan for BBL here. Giant X on the Eco. Tomazzi investing in the Outlaw. A bit of a hero buy in this second round. Must admit, hate it. Absolutely hate it. But we'll see if it's to any avail for this Giant X side.
I mean, you want him to put him in a position where if they go A, he can save realistically, bring that over into the next, because for the side of BBL, you might have a couple of players on the half armor into the third round. But also, if they start to come to the site where he's at, he can get a lot of damage off, because everyone but Sociable has that half shield, and especially if any sort of chip damage can come out from Runner with shock darts, or even possibly the vulnerable from Cloud and Westside's utility. There's definitely opportunities for this to really be that heavy hitter in the round, and you can see he's sort of ping-ponging back from B to A, back and forth. So let's see if he gets set up and on the line over towards B. Does in time for the BBL execute. They're going pretty slow, and he's not sure what he wants to do with himself.
Oh, nice. Okay. I take it back. It's the best investment ever made. Tomazzi already getting his money's worth in damage as Lewin hits the deck.
And look where Tomazzi's gone. He's already up and out of there. BBL originally going for that run away, matched by Tomazzi, but Tomazzi's getting there first.
Oh my word!
Yappy's just a distraction!
He's just a bait, as you say. And he finds himself a double. Purpo getting tagged up to the flames of the Phoenix. Molly, Sociable drops the Yoru all of a sudden. Tomazzi, one shot, headshot, 10 seconds left. Someone's got to stop the spike from going down again. And they do! Are they really going to steal this round away from BBL? They do! GX pinch away the round from the clutches of defeat. Tomazzi with a wall bang. Low time left. Another kill onto the plant. And the lead voided. I hated the investment. I stand by it. But Tomazzi makes it work.
Tomazzi was, like I said, ping-ponging A, B, CT to heaven. And key figure of this is Westside being able to get himself into backside, because you can see here, only a classic in hand, but it doesn't matter if it's an unarmed opponent trying to get that spike down. 2 cruise headshots, and as you can see, time not in favor of BBL. Good pressure from Giant X.
Good start for Purpo. This is going to be a revitalized GX side, as you say. They're the team playing with all the cards. I mean, BBL will try their best to invest back, but even if the firepower is equal, there's always going to be that GX thought that we just smash them on an eco. There's every chance that we just do this again and again, and we extract them for everything that they're worth and take this one home. At least the first few rounds of it. Ult going in for Sociable will try and drop himself into the site to create some space. Already made his money worse with the ultimate. 4v4, Westside to remove it. Will have to back up and play defense. Yampy sticking that spike. Probably counting his lucky stars that there's no Outlaw on the other side waiting for him.
But there's good utility for the side of Giant X coming back into it. So a lot of stuff on Runner, as well as Tomazzi with some stuns and some fast lanes as well to get out onto site and cut off some of these angles. First stun goes through, but Sociable is there and ready to collect.
Cloud, one back. 2 on 3. More of that util being burnt, but it's to no avail. No use for this defense. They're going to try their best and get him back into this. And not a bad start. Star goes up. Recon dart in. Runner's going to start to stick it. The spray is hit an awful lot. Now the ultimate gets dropped in. Runner, half, taps again. Baits the second. Chewer able to shut things down. Spike goes off anyway. I don't think there was enough time in the first place. But it's the fact that they burnt the ult there, Summer, to close out a round. I think that's the investment that may be a little too much for BBL's liking. I mean, a round is a round, but you do feel like Hunter's Fury probably wasn't necessary. Could have made that round a little easier for them than being panicked with the defuse happening in the smoke and just, I guess, used as a guarantee.
This is just such a precarious situation for both of these teams to be in the sense of we haven't had a pistol or conversion off winning the second round after losing the pistol. So it's literally been BBL, Giant BBL, back and forth. And coming into this one now, Giant are back on the pistols. Realistically, with this scoreline, you'd expect this to be the full rifle v rifle round, Ryan. The fourth. Economy Warriors has put Giant X down onto Sheriffs, but we've talked about the Outlaw investment. This time it's the Neon and the Sheriffs for Westside.
Tomazzi still trying to burn away the guns that BBL have, but 2 kills, now 3, and only Tomazzi dropped on this defense. It's another round that has gone wayward. Spotted out. Chua on the flank, detected. Sociable. Again, now spotted on this jump spot. Summer, they're toying, playing with their food on the side because they know that now they've got the numbers. They just swing off one another, and Chua now needs a 1v3 to end this round in the BBL favour. And there you have it. We'll find one, swings the corner, Westside holds on. And the back and forth, it doesn't stop at round 3. It will bleed into more and more of this first half.
First kill comes in with just such a severe lack of support. No one watching the angles, having to clear everything by himself, and even towards the late round of that half, especially after they spotted out Chua over towards towards the middle section, they're able to reassess what they want to do. They know there's an Astral Long, know there's a Cypher mid, there's 3 players on site, even with pistols we can overwhelm. That's exactly what they do, especially on top of Purpo being able to jump over towards back site, where one of the previous attackers fell, pick up that Vandal. Well, that was the rest that she wrote. Again, 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 is the round count so far. Hopefully we can see Giant X net another round, but BBL coming in with some rifles of their own.
Spam goes out, no avail. BBL finding 2. Westside now required to step up a little bit more. Tomazzi enters the fray. A flashbang that catches him full blind. He's got to be careful because players bear the corner. Purpo gets one back, but it's now a 2 versus 3. The TP is so far away, set in spawn, which means Westside now the front runner to all of this. Purpo only the support act. And time still ticking. That spike's been down for a good while now. Westside will have to peek in. Yampi just playing on the disciplined angle, and that's going to force Purpo's hand to walk away. Nothing to do with this. BBL will take a 3rd.
Is he going to even be able to save this operator over? At least it's been noted out now, though, so BBL have the information to work with in the next, but also I don't even know what to say about both of these teams. The kryptonite pistols, lighter buys, shorties even in that round. At some point, these 4 spies, like, it's not even 4 spies, Ryan. It's realistically a half buy, a half investment, classics, a sheriff, a hero vandal, sure, on the do lists. But for neither team, it's anything to get excited about.
Timeout for Giant X. I think understandably so. They're in a position where, like, I mean, look, be real with yourself. You are in this back and forth conundrum, this saga of win-loss, and you've got to look at it from a critical level and understand, well, this is our map pick. We've had 2 different opportunities to start taking over. You can see the split screen between the players and the 2 coaches at the top. I mean, BBL in the same boat where they don't want to sit in this pocket, but one team's got to get ahead here. Like, going back and forth, this is not the way that you want to be winning a map or, you know, conceding your selection. Someone's just got to take over, override with dominance, and then start putting pieces together. GX are going to go for the rebound investment, of course. It's not exactly like the investment is weak. We've got 1 Vandal, 1 Op, and a few upgraded pistols.
A drone and a flash to clear out this A main presence shown from Giant X. Orb found for Westside, so that's lockdown up and available.
Spam already into sight summer. They are front foot forward, the BBL squad. Profek waiting patiently to bear the corner, but it's Lewin that gets the first ultimate used for a second, a third for Lewin, and they are getting gutted out piece by piece. Sliding around back into cover. Not sure if the player was spotted in transition. Purpo will put it in park. Doesn't want to go any further forward and doesn't want to stay too far away from Runner, who's gathering info and maybe even an exit frag. Lewin running out of the ult. Shock dart lands at his feet. That's unlucky. Purpo spots one. Hold on! That is a lot of damage in not a lot of time. Purpo was tucked out and saved, but Summer, 3 kills in quick succession at the end there. That is a big loss for this attacking side that were looking all too confident up until that point.
They're trying to hunt down this operator. They know that it was saved in the previous, and this was more of that lighter investment coming out. They had that one rifle and a large amount of pistols over towards the A site. So the fact that, sure, they're able to do their own economy damage back in favor of onto BBL, keep some of them in check, getting 3 kills, and being able to keep this operator in the hands of Purple, which has been the main thing that you weren't going to be able to reinvest in. And you could already see, especially after the site started to get overwhelmed, Purple, like you said, stopped and you didn't progress any further and went to make sure that he was able to keep this over into the next, had that TP up and ready to get out of dodge. So this is a pivotal thing for Giant X coming into this one. 4 ultimates on the board and this operator, so it's definitely going to be in the back of the minds of BBL on how to nullify this. I'm not sure if that sees the top of Purpo's head, but there's definitely a ping going out to say there's someone behind that box. Doesn't seem to be any sort of tension BBL wants to give over towards B. Common angle for this operator to play on, and it's out instead. Runner going to be tested. And a lot of damage done, Ryan.
Oh my word, there's a lot of bodies in front of Westside. Good for a bit of damage onto Lewin, but only the one frag. Now, the entry path paved for them towards this side of the map. Profet gets one more. It is teetering on the edge in favor of this BBL side, but not for long. Tomazi just slides through. Not sure if the second one was in midair. If it was, it's an even flashier 3-piece, but all the same for the GX side. They can see 2, right back at it with another. Equal buy heading into round 8, and I think this is the first full buy versus full buy round of the game, Summer, or at least of this map, in round 8 of the first half.
I mean, you could talk about previous round as well, but it wasn't necessarily the most bolstered up buy. But again, we're in round 6 and 7, even 8 now. This is the only chance we're actually getting to see a possible lead come out for one of these teams, and it wouldn't even be necessarily much of a lead because Giant X are already round down. Just a string of rounds together is all that's needed. Please stop these force by wars.
Yeah, again, BBL just applying the flood mentality onto the site. The wall used to gather some space, but when you walk into the guillotine of Purpo, and what else do you expect? The Killjoy ult. Not broke? Not broke? Well, that's going to be sociable with his hands tied for a few seconds. 55 on the clock. Purpo intrigued by the fact that someone's been caught out by it. And they are going to go and have a little look here. 45 seconds. I mean, they've got time to re-aggress and take back the site, but all the util was used in trying to take that control summer. There's not much left.
None at all, and so much information as well from this dimensional drift. Purpo just being this consistent pain in the side, gets the information, gets a pick, but Yampi's going to answer back. An opportunity for a third, and a third is going to be netted. Now on the back foot is Giant X. Make that even more. It's a 1v3 that's needed. And shut down by Chiwa. They were in the prime position, Ryan, for that round to be for the equalizer. And it falls apart at the seams. From the IGL of Yampi getting the 3k on the entry. Chiwa closing it out.
How on earth has this gone their way? I've got to say, Yampi, what a masterclass. Hat-trick on site is what bails them out, but it's a situation that should never have gone awry for GX, right? You look at the scenario, plain and simple. Cosmic Divide used, all of the stars burnt out as well by the hands of Prophet. Like, they had nothing really other than, I think, what, the Loon Neon Wall to get in? Maybe the Phoenix Wall as well, but there was like barely anything for them to work with, yet still managed to find themselves a bit of space and then turn a little bit into all of it. BBL take a 5th. GX won't be happy with that. You can see that they go for a half by, pretty deep one. 3 Guardians, Sheriff, Classic. I'll try and spin it up again in round 9 and hope that this one's a little more successful.
That's the great thing about double duelist is you're able to put an operator on Loon. And even especially after Sociable Falls, that it has an opportunity to trade over for the site hit. A lot of damage has been done. And still a decent amount of utility for the side of Giant to work with, especially if it comes to a retake or to try and disrupt this site take. You have a lot of arrows, shock darts. One more star left for the side of Cloud on Giant X.
Oh, Mo. Oh, no! 2. There's one back found, but West Side, 1 or more. Yampi. Got a 3 in the last, needs 4 here, and there's only 12 seconds left on this clock. Tomazi will bring it down to just 5. As GX get themselves a 4. And the buffer now set at 1.
What are we watching, Ryan? These teams cannot play against the lesser buys, the lesser weaponry. And just look, the only time we've seen BBL be able to string rounds together is round 5 and 6. And even then, they were precarious rounds because we saw so many bodies being thrown at the problem of this operator trying to save. And sure, you can make the conversation if there's like 5 more seconds that these teams would have been going for that retake, and we possibly could have been seeing a checkerboard up on the timeline. Timeout for BBL now. I didn't see a great conversion for the side of Giant X, but hopefully this one's different. It's neck and neck. This is not what you want to be seeing in the second map of a best of 5. Both teams struggling to get a foothold on this map, on this side. It all stems from the second round, Ryan.
By 4. I mean, close game. Most people would expect this comes in little streaks, right? Like one team takes pistol, gunby gets converted. You know, a little bit of a back and forth. This is just an all-out brawl, a war between these two sides. Stun. Fantastic placement from Tomazi, catching everyone that sat behind the double door, but no one's here to penalise off of the Astra pull. I mean, Tomazi eventually swings. Westside gets one with his turret. I guess all the damage through the smoke finally amalgamates to the kill, and it's a 3v3 with Chua at 45.
Information as well. Gonna know there's a Phoenix ultimate coming his way. That's a pick and a half for Sociable. That's gonna be an A site open up. She were going for the plan, but out of the ult, back towards mid. Cloud called unawares, and a flash in favor of BBL. Again, Ryan. Finally, we see a team able to put rounds back to back. I take it back. It wasn't back to back. I lied.
No, there was one round earlier that was back to back.
Yeah, but this in mid, right? This crunch here. Sure, you can talk about the fact that the pole was able to get involved, the turret kills, sure, but off the back of it, the oversight of where Sociable is going to be coming out of the ult, for one, and also, two, the fight that wasn't avoided necessarily, or was like half committed to from Popo over towards it. Didn't want to shoot over towards the ult, waiting for a second, gets spotted out. A headshot through the wall is his damnation in that one.
Flash is good. Oh, runner. Lucky to get away with one, to be honest. But the overstep from West side. Life lost. 3 on 4. Tomazzi, ultimate used. Some range between himself and Lewin. Just trying to close it down. Harm those that stand in the way. That is the Yoru clone, my friend. You don't particularly want to be throwing it around away because of it. One player blind and another dead. Chua gets dropped. And now you can see a little more patience from the likes of Cloud, who wants to play this passive. I've got the divide as well, Summer.
Yeah, that's the thing. Look at the post-plan setup BBL are opting for. 3 plays on 3 different angles, all close to site. No one's playing for this deep, long angle. 1 towards connector, 1 backside, and 1 just sat ready on the bomb for any peek. A jump towards backside is going to be spotted out. Guys, get the kill though, Ryan. So that's an opportunity.
And there you go. Talk about the wall. It's put up, but it might quickly be torn down. Last 2 players on the wrong side of it. And BBL will take a 7th. There's the back-to-back that we were looking for. And only 1 more left in this first half.
I was just a line wrong on the script. I just got my rounds wrong, that's all. But no, especially in that, you can even see the idea of thinking that this is going to be a long setup, especially with that plant spot. Sure, it's decently open for everything, but the Cosmic Divide going to cut off those angles, and no one's behind it. Everyone's in front of it. Everyone's in the face of Clouds. Hop, skip, and jump backside does net 1, but at the point the trades go afraid, you have to be favouring players with the post plant, but the time on the sides, and also the number advantage. This is aggressive. Not expected at all. Just a run up on B from Purpo. Sociable caught on a whiz and a TP out back to safety. Man advantage. We've seen how these can tumble as soon as the chaos of a site execute comes in free.
Purpo blind, stun, backside Tom as he hits one through all of this utility. They've got the advantage. Dimensional Drift now used, and it's good information that 2 people are in the back lane. The fight's being taken still. BBL not sat in enough comfort in the heart of this site to get the spike down, and they're willing to fight tooth and nail for more. 2 players pinged by the recon dart, and the shock darts will shortly follow. But Purpo's found Lewin, and it's all on the shoulders of Chua and Yampi. He's now pinged out, his position compromised. First shot connects, nearly a second as well. Low HP, Yampi's being cautious of what's behind in the meantime, but there's only 30 seconds left. The spike sat at top B, no movement from it just yet, and time still ticking down. Yampi now making his way back down towards the site, enters in, but you can see GX, I think a level of uncertainty that the spike is still here, but now that they know it, they're already close by to react.
Low HP on these players. They have to be Chris shots, but Cloud just wipes up the remaining 2. And looking at this, right, the fact that we still get a 5-7 half, I'll be honest, I was expecting something like a 6-6 just by how back and forth, losing to ecos, losing to pistols, losing to shorties. Really came into it. But something I have to credit the side of Giant X is how they're able to run down the time and keep permanent pressure on the side of BBL, right? You saw how they went wrong in previous rounds when Yampi just walked into the site and got 3, but it's the same sort of ideology that they are ready to fight and they're ready to hold down the site to keep the advantage in their favor. And when it is equal, they tend to over-aggress and stay around a bit too long. But as soon as they have the advantage, clean, cut, and away, they just wait and keep the pressure going until they're forced to get that spike down, forced into the open as well.
Half time upon us. little gap to separate these two, but it's not a big margin. This is an interesting one. I mean, GX's pick Summer. I'm just thinking, how do they get ahead in this second half? You can see Hal being vocal with this BBL side. GX maybe already having their input from the coaches sat backstage.
What I'm looking at now is the fact, just double checking before I say it, and I completely lied to you guys all again, but it was a 6-6 half, right, for when BBL were on that defensive, and it was the attacking side that they kind of struggled against Supermassive. They were only able to net, well, 5, and sure, you can talk about that being a decent half, but after going so close in the first 6-6, a couple of stringer rounds back and forth that we saw, so hopefully we get a little bit more of a default start to this half, a pistol, a conversion, and then go from there.
You are right. It is all about this pistol. See if this goes the right direction. GX on the offense. 3 towards B long. 2 players through middle. This is a classic B split here on the pistol Summer. But to what avail? Because look at the amount of information they've got. I mean, nothing towards Art, but everywhere else, taken. In red, now has to infiltrate the blue. Chiwa, first blood, drops one on site, has to back away Purpo counting losses. Profek swings in middle, gets the drop on west side. 3 players swing out for the second player. And BBL dismantle this GX pistol before the ball even gets rolling.
Sure, you get the first kill on the entry, aware of other players following up on long. The smoke goes out from Profek. As soon as any information is over towards that connector section, every single player of BBL is like, okay, yeah, we don't need to fight main anymore. There's a smoke there. We can go fight these guys. And that's exactly what happens. They get 2 kills onto west side and Cloud, the 2 lurkers that you're looking at to be that round difference to crunch and really suffocate these defenders. When it's the opposite, it's Giant X getting suffocated. Is every single avenue that they're coming from is covered by a player main, Art, Flowers, Pit. There is no safe place for these players. A nice start for BBL.
So, this one looking a little more convincing, at least the start of the second half. GX aren't going to go for any funny business in terms of upgrades or investments. This is just a clean slate of an eco. Profek letting a couple jump across. Tom Azzy getting from left to right. That's quite the ask, to be fair, considering it's No Shield Classic. Sociable still being very aware of the situation. Nearly getting caught out, but able to escape into safety. Not that that lasts too long, though. Sociable still posted on the angle.
Yeah, the spike's not even being picked up, so at the moment they're just trying to find any sort of avenue, find any cracks in the defensive setup of BBL, because realistically they're coming in this with absolutely 0 investment. Sure, bits of utility across the board, but it's classics, no armor, so easy pickings for an outlaw. You can see it hasn't had to change any sort of setup from BBL because you still have Chiwa. That camera will also be able to hold over towards B long as well, especially with the double up over towards connector. There's so many ways this can go right for BBL. Main and Art are the main worries. It's a graveyard towards A main. Every single player of Giant X goes down in near vicinity. And a clean second round for BBL, and that's what we needed, right? We were talking about the first half. It was messy from both sides, back and forth, back and forth.
Now, we might just have some normality. At least that's the hope.
For now.
That is true. For now is the asterisk next to the start of this second half. We'll see if BBL can convert the bonus as well. It would be a big move. If that would be the case, Peak, Lewin forced to back off early doors. The rest of GX follow suit. This is 4 through R. This is quite dangerous. Another early round maneuver from GX. There's no defaulting. They just want to go for the straight execute. And Profix found one already.
Yeah, finding the nuke as well over towards B. That's going to feel the need to accelerate over into this A site. And this is exactly where the Cypher trip setup is. 2 trips, 1 already dealt with. And look at the fast wraparound from Art. Yampy and Loon going to be the backstabbers into this. And Cloud even getting pinged out.
That's mental that Yampy gets one more as well. Purpo trying to fight back, but this is from a 2v5. Feels impossible. Time isn't exactly on their side either. I mean, the best part of a minute to work with, but so many players to route out. Another tap of the spike, inviting in these peaks. Tomazzi looking for a way forward. Purpo, let's not forget, with TP available in spawn, that's quickly removed off the map, and now it is just what you see is what you get with this GX defense. Spike down, first, collected. Tomazzi gets a second, slides across, nearly a third, Profec to deny, but now Purpo's been in a position
Timing.
that's a lot more winnable, but the timing, he turns back just as Yampy bears the corner, and the bonus does go BBL's way. That's double digits for this defense.
And that's the thing when you have 2 duelists in the pose plan. There's not much utility to work with other than that self-serving. You can see the split up between the 2 players. An equalization in a 2v2 falls to Profec, and then it's all down to the shoulders.
I gotta say, fair play to Lewin there, right? Like 2v4, Tomazzi, excuse me, 2v4, like takes isolated fights, and you think, imagine if the kill doesn't go the way of the Outlaw in that spawn engagement summer. This round could have been GX's instead. They're fighting from 5-10 down. Eco here could be 11. There is little to no hope for this GX side. The map picks apparently the wrong way round for these teams.
Could be Stinger for Purpo. Tomazzi with the ultimate as well, so you could possibly see that popped as soon as site execute comes through. Sociables managed to confirm the kill onto Purpo through the smoke. Same goes for Profec. That's both of the duelists down. Unlikely conceded in 11th, like you said. No weapons recoverable either towards mid. Sure, Westside was able to pick up 1.
Peek in. Oh my word, Lewin. Just adding insult to injury. BBL cutting GX's numbers down to just 2. Runner alongside Cloud. I don't know if Yampy saw the player in middle, but the gap is being held by Lewin right now. And Runner, I mean, offered actually a little bit more space. Yampy happened to play basically retake on A.
Yeah, it could lull them into false sense of security, sure, that Runner went amiss over towards that mid reclear, but also the fact that BBL know that they're in the advantage with weaponry, with numbers, they all group up together. It's going to be a full CT retake, and Stingers for Giant they're looking for heroics in this round because, well, realistically, they don't have anything else to work with. It's a Stinger and a Sheriff. Now just a Sheriff.
Yeah, and only 1 Summer. The pistol will not be able to do any serious damage. BBL running away with this map now. They're up to 11. GX yet to move off of 5. And the concern continuing to mount.
You could make a case. If the Neon gets overrun in R, then it's a 3v3. There's even an Outlaw gained. There's a little bit of chip damage done to the rest of the defenders, but a nice flick down from Loon. Not having the most loud map that we're expecting from this duelist that we've seen from him already in this tournament. The kills, no doubt impactful. Again, mid pressure has been given up so easily. But the one thing they have to worry about is how late Cloudy's going to be clearing over towards main. Main is a point of contention, and especially with a flash out, Sociable's going to get one, but that's it, Ryan. Just one.
Tomazi claps back for a double. Silencing this defense. Profek, a big whiff. And you can see the visual anger from BBL's own. He knows he should have gotten away with a kill at least there. And GX, I mean, look, they play it well, Summer, but you can't help but think that Profek could have won this round for them. And it's not even that GX are winning rounds, it's just that they're capitalizing finally on the BBL mistakes. One player left. Lewin left to save. This will be a 6th on the board for this attack, the first of the half for them.
Similar to what we saw, though, from when we saw Giant X on the defense, keeping this operator over and saving it is super important. We saw some really nice impact kills from Purpo, but especially when it's 6-11, you've definitely got to be looking towards BBL. This operator has to be put into a position where it's going to make a difference. In the previous, it was Profek. Non-connection of bullets, and again, yeah, you can see the frustration on the player cams. Stressful situation. The player's popped up in front of you. Cloud, though, calm under pressure. And yeah, like you said, 6th on the board now. Back into this rifle because BBL have been putting those funds into the bank, been investing them, especially after the 4-round streak that we saw them winning. And keeping that operator out. And this aggressive push up. Now noted over towards B with a shot through the smoke. Oh, this is fast, Ryan.
Wow, yeah. This isn't slow at all, is it? Fast pivot towards A. Only one defender, Profek. Gonna have to go nuclear. Missed opportunity to win the round for his team in the last. This could be the step up he was looking for his squad. Peeks in, sees the shoulder of West Side. That spike continues to go down. No one's cleared this backside position, and it will not find anything again. GX offered an inch of room, but they'll take it a mile. Clouds found another on the flank. Lewin gets Tomazi, who's trying to aggress into this dugout position. But if it's all the same to GX, they can now just play for time.
And not even just play for time, play for utility. Runner has shot darts. Westside has mollies towards the bomb. One's already popped, so that's going to be ticking time bomb before they're even able to get onto it. Loon wants to take this round into his hand, pushing over towards main. And again, shot darts coming out. There's so much utility, so many layers BBL have to go through because look how deep this post-plant setup is. The utility first, then the spams. There's no way back into it. And even an arrow to confirm that site is vacant. They're going to back off, save the weaponry. Again, a key thing, keeping that operator alive because it's a heavy investment. It's not necessarily having that return of having the impactful kills. Being in the thick of it when the site executes come through, being able to stop them in particular.
Good opportunity, that's for certain. Offered to GX.
Look at this push, Ryan. Over towards A, you have a double clear out from the Phoenix and the Astra. And even a push through mid. There's so much information. The map is so small for the side of Giant X right now. BBL have all the information to work with, to reassess, to reprioritize the angles, the sites that they want to hunker down on, especially since they're going into a site with a Cypher and a Sova.
Flash. Only half blind for Tomazi. Gets pulled in, as does Runner. No one here to penalise the fact that so many of these players left vulnerable. And a good shot from Lewin, eventually, to kick this one off. 50 seconds left. Spike, tap, no stick. Tomazi wants to move in right next to this Cosmic Divide and even gets Lewin. A second kill for Tomazi. Runs rampant through Connector. Gets himself a double. Purpo's death, not in vain. The rest of this BBL squad going to try and move in for the retake as Tomazi gets his hat-trick. Runner finds another. And GX, they were at 5 for so long, Summer, but when they take 6, they're looking to take them all.
Tuck tail and run. Cosmic Divide to try and stunt the site T from Giant X. Is used against them, especially the players coming through Colin. Tomazi really threading the needle, jumping side to side through the wall, isolate his ones. And even hunting over towards A, trying to keep this gun, take this gun away from Prophet. Thankfully, the time subsides. But again, like we were saying, this wasn't looking like any sort of a resemblance of a decent attacking half from the side of Giant X. It was getting shut down time and time again from BBL. Pistol conversion, a couple of rounds after the fact. Right now, it seems like they've awoken Giant X's attempt at this attacking side. Some really nice successful site hits, but also the layering of the post plants as well, the utility, and even the looks over towards mid that we're seeing come out.
Must admit, the signs are looking pretty sick in the crowd today. BBL, as I was saying earlier, Summer, you know, before the first map even started, these are going to be the guys that have all the support behind them today. Every single person in this crowd watching on are going to be fans of the BBL side. They're going to have the public backing in this space today.
Oh, no doubt about it, Ryan. I think if there was going to be a poll of who they wanted to win this tournament, especially this grand finals, it's going to be an overwhelming majority in favour over the Turkish organisation, BBL. And we were talking about the first half being so back and forth, and now in the second it's a string of 4 followed by a string of 3 of an answer back from Giant X. Like a switch has been flicked for both teams.
Good start. Oh, great for a Burbo. Knife through the heart. That's deceiving, looking for more. These outlaws. Just a barrage of rounds through smokes. Everywhere else. Tomazi getting another 5-on-2. Some of this is looking over. GX should be taking a 9.
And admittedly, the first 2 kills, sure, you can say that's all from the outlaw, but the follow-up from Tomazi going over towards backside, there was a stun, there was a flash, there was a recon dart, and it just solidifies the round. They have to save. BBL can try and play for exits, but at this point, with their economy, with their investments into this one, Giant X are going to be the ones hunting. They're the ones that are on this win streak. They're the ones that have this momentum. To starve BBL of weapons into the next?
Well, trying to.
Yeah, Sociable's been noted out. Profex trying to reconvene on the position. Has seen Purpo. So definitely going to be a point of contention to see if Purpo is able to survive. So again, Tomazi got the wraparound onto Sociable. And even Profex falls as well. So that's 0 weapons being saved over, and this should be a conversation. No timeouts left for the side of BBL. What is their next move forward?
Yeah. I mean,
they still have the lead.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's the silver lining of this, is they have the opportunity to either let them equalize, or not necessarily equalize, hit double digits with an eco in this one, buy into the 22nd round.
Flash around the corner. Finally, BBL with an opener. How long does it last? We posed the question of how serious it gets. BBL want to stop it before we call it a tie. Tomazzi, movement. Oh my word. Incredibly quick. They have just pivoted so fast towards A here. Summer, you were talking about the early aggression towards B and picking them up. Look at this. I mean, what, 20 seconds later, 4 people outside A, ready and raring to go. This execute could be stopped by the Astra Star placed on that staircase, though.
But the issue is a lot of these players are going to be taken from CT, and you have this arc crunch as well. Get some smokes over towards Flowers. You can isolate Astra in towards Pit. But the main issue for me is the possibility of a true flank. He's one of the ones with the rifle. He was the one who was able to recycle the one that Runner so kindly donated. Wait, no way he's managed to hide in the corner. No way. We whiffed!
Oh my god! It's so painful to see! Oh, gets dropped, Sociable. Now set back a few paces. The rest of the BBL squad going to try and fill the void. Westside is stuck in this corner. Yampi's going to hit the shot, and BBL will eventually get there. Profek, I mean, he'll be happy that his team take 12, but he has had no run of the green in this map so far. A horrendous whiff towards dugout.
He's counting his lucky stars that his teammates was there to bail him out of... we saw in the previous, when you saw that visible frustration of he had the round in his hands, he was the Titan, and again in this one you could have made the conversation the same thing if Tomazzi then went on to be, I know, the main issue in the retake, but thankfully Sociable deals with it. A rough round decided Giant X. Rough start for BBL in it as well, but thankfully 12 on the boards. But it's still full rifles. There's so much money for the side of Giant X into this.
3 in a row required.
2 ultimates though. This can be pretty dangerous for a site hit. You have Westside to be able to clear out the site, or even Purbo. Both of these can be used to take the site itself, gather information, clear out a section, or also in that later round into the post plants to disrupt a retake, to slow down or even nullify one if you're talking about a late lockdown from Westside. And look at this from BBL. What a gamble. They wanted to go full retake. There's no ultimates for them to work with on it. And Giant X are going to be finding a free site. Here you go. Purpo's Dimensional Drift used for the site clear. Also main as well, so there's no worry about Profek playing behind a box. The spike has to get onto site.
Tomazzi taking so much damage at the start there. 35 on the clock. Flash to go through. Lewin having a look. No one on the other side. Tomazzi swings into 2 players. Attacking lockdown used. Chiwa finding a second. Westside, 1 back. 3 on 4 now. This attack holding on for a few more seconds. The time ticking away. They have to just play post-lockdown to try and get this round under wraps for BBL's 13th. Smoke concuss sent out. Player of the Phoenix, rather, falls into the dugout. It's Sociable. They'll have to climb back up. Lewin with 1. Sociable, the next. Lewin with the last. And BBL respond on the GX map pick. It is 1-1 after our first 2.
You just love that from the Phoenix as well, cutting off the angle that you can see players playing in that corner to able to isolate the kills onto market, onto main, and then flashing out, just taking the round into his own hands. But also you can see there's so many adaptations from what we saw yesterday that this looked like a completely different team from BBL on this map. Yesterday it was looking a little bit drab, a little bit limp, and admittedly we did see a little bit of a fumble from the first half. It was back and forth, but I don't think that's any deterrent for the side of BBL coming into the second. Started off great, fumbled a fair few rounds in a row that mounted a possible comeback, and it was just completely shut out. Door closed in their face, and map picks traded, Ryan.
Yeah, so after our 2 maps, as you say, it is ending 1-1. It's the unlikely candidate for both maps taking 1 apiece, and we now head into a break at a stalemate, right? We go into split next, BBL's second selection in this BO5, having just taken away that pick of Pearl. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to believe. We said GX 3-1. I guess that's still very much on the cards, but BBL looking a lot stronger in that second map. Did have a little bit of a choke in the middle, but it was always BBL's game to win. We'll see if they can set the precedent and take this series 2-1 after the break. It's their selection next. We'll see you in a minute.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
I got this. Going up.
Spike planted.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves a BO5 summer. BBL responded in kind. The map picks didn't really matter here. BBL selected Sunset, they lose 13-9. Giant X pick Pearl, they lose 13-9. So there's a bit of a pattern here. Well, two patterns, one of which games aren't as one-sided as maybe some would have expected. We do have a very, very close two maps, you know, only a few separating each. And it seems to be that whoever picks the map is doomed to lose. At least that's what the first two would suggest. We now head on to Split next, which is BBL's pick. Might be good news for Giant X, but at the same time, I think that they're a team that have made the mistake once already. And, you know, the talk between two maps would have been, well, guys, look, last time we picked a map, didn't quite go to plan, but I believe that we can take this one home. You know, we've just got to play our game here, and we'll exceed expectation.
Yeah, and going back onto Split, something BBL have played before, something is more, again, an unknown for Giant X, and I think that's going to be just that continuation. And I think that's why this best of 5 is actually so nice, in the sense of we get to see, especially if it goes more and more maps in, we get to see more out of both of these teams in what they've been cooking up in the off-season, what their current plan is for this roster in the sense of agents being played, and similar composition to what we saw BBL bring out against G2 Gozen, the Yoru, and the Raze as that double duelist. And one thing that I'm going to be pointing out is Social is going to be taking in that sort of initiator-esque role, in the sense of he is the only player with flashes, right? And it goes back and forth between Luna and Social, sort of enabling each other. And especially in the matchup against G2 Gozen, it was Luna that was the main person on the attack that was going in and getting those entry kills.
So we have ourselves a BO5, as I said. We're guaranteed 4 maps of this. And while we said Giant X 3-1, I'm starting to believe a little bit more in this BBL side. I'm not here to change predictions, Summer, but I'm here to be inspired by what BBL are going to be putting out over the next couple of maps. I think their Pearl look really strong. And obviously I say, look, maps have been close. 13-9 was the scoreline. BBL were up 11-5. They lost 4 in a row. They recovered, take it home quite swiftly. And obviously for BBL, I think easy to point out, don't make that same mistake. Don't let the game get too close, because there was a time where we were considering Giant X tying things up at 11-all and maybe even having their way in this second map. But for BBL, they ran away with it. Once they started getting in control after a messy first half, they looked the part until the end of the map. And I think that is what BBL was set apart from the Papara Supermassive side yesterday, was that you look at maps like Bind, and it was like they were 8-4 down. They win the pistol, they win 8 of the next 10. They got 12-10 in that map, right? And even the same in Haven, right? Like they lose the pistol in the second, they get the third in, and they go and win the half 9-3. We know BBL are a side that, despite starting slow, can definitely turn things around. At least that's what the patterns would suggest. And I think for me, Giant X need to be picking up on that, because you saw what happened on Pearl. The back and forth, they left the door slightly open heading into that second half. As soon as they lose the pistol, BBL are on it. They've got their finger on the pulse, back-to-back rounds, take 4 in a row. And by then, we were kind of thinking already about what was going to be happening here in Split.
And I think, though, from the other side of the coin, from what you're saying, is that BBL is always on it. I feel like the side of Giant X also have that deep in them, that the comeback possibility. Like we saw in the Liquid game, it's very much perseverance, and especially in the map previous that we've just seen on Pill, I was definitely in the back of my mind thinking, okay, well, they've done worse of a worse of a round disparity comeback on Sunset yesterday against Team Liquid to close it out, and definitely didn't take the foot off the gas in particular. But that is over and done with. Pill's done. Match against Liquid's done. This time, third map in this grand finals, Ryan. It's mid-pressure to start off, but it's all a ruse. Spikes over towards A, and it's going to be speeding up now for Loon.
Flash goes through. Sociable 1, Chi with a second. GX getting numbers taken away, but Paint Shoals and a Ghost there to tip the scales back in favour of this defence. Yampi moving through. Lewin already aggressing towards spawn. Tomazi daring to take the fight. Yampi was holding. And that's where the spike will go down. 2v3. All of these players, look at this wrapping around. The group pack mentality, Summer. This is what GX are going to need to do more of. They need to find a way to isolate these players and have the numbers to defer. Tomazi now needs a 1-on-2. Here's the first with the classic. Flash goes to backside. Yampy patient on the angle. It's a big whiff from Yampy, but BBL start off strong here in the pistol.
You're talking about isolation of the 1v1s. They had it. Both attackers split up on that close plant. One towards Hell, one towards backside. It's just the shots of the player in Hell. Quick taps onto the ones trying to flood out of main. Ezekiel doing 1, 2. Spacing a little bit bigger between the gap from Tomazi and his teammates in front, so doesn't expect a third. By the way, ends up as a BBL round now. Marshall invested not much armor to be any sort of a buffer for the side of GX. Silence falls. Freeze for BBL. They're not wanting to fall into a regression from Giant X, especially over towards main. A pop out of the smoke with a flash can be devastating. Waiting for it to go into you up. Walks into the shorty of Cloud, but that's also a sound for BBL that they can start to speed up over towards B. Even with Lewin over towards this mid to cut off the rotations back through, it's going to be a free site and also a possibility for a post-plant wraparound for Lewin through mid. So there's so many layers to this. Open plant, loads of utility left for the side of GX in regards to the Sky to be able to get back onto the site. They clear out Lewin.
Nicely done, Lewin with 1. Starting to get swarmed. Tomazi will trade. Nicely done from Sociable. Oh, and a second. Even looking for more. 3 in the round from the Marshall. 4th comes from the teammate. And with that, BBL, I think a couple of hiccups, Summer, in those 2 rounds. I think the fact that Yampy, big whiff, even putting the 1v1 to begin with. The second round, they lose a couple of weapons, but pretty straightforward stuff, right? Heading into round 3, they've done what they can to get the early lead and penalise.
Sociable really is that sort of Swiss army knife at the moment for BBL. Omen in the first, Phoenix in the second, Yoru in the third. Flexibility of players. Well, talking about players, Lewin's no longer a player in this round. Spams straight through the smoke. TP towards backside. That's been already nullified. So these players flooding out have no sense of backup towards backside. They're going to be stuck by the utility of Cloud.
Oh, wow. Cloud. 3. At the end of the barrel. Finding all the heads required to deny BBL of entrance on B. GX will take their first. Cred still in the pocket for this BBL side to work with. Not a lot of them. There will be some, and they will do their best to work with them. You can see there is going to be some weaknesses. Yoru on the half shield, same scenario for the Raze, the Cypher. A little bit of downgrade in utility as well. The Yoru without flashes. But I will comment on the fact that a couple of these people quite close to Ultimate Summer, right? You've got 2 from the Showstopper, 1 from the Yoru as well. BBL can definitely pose a threat heading into round 4.
Rifle v rifle. Ozzy caught, jumping back over towards CT. And that's going to be a go pedal for BBL because realistically, no one else should be towards site. Planting open, no contest from Heaven either. Going through the motions of retake, wanting to clear out over towards ramp. And we spotted out by the boom bar, or at least the destroying of it. These players are corralled in.
Yeah. Runner gets the opener. Look at this. They're just going to be able to swamp the site. Sociable gets one back. Spike, tap, no stick. And now you can see maybe a little bit of panic coming up from this defense. Dimensional drift going to be used. No one's on the spike. I'm just going to sit here. Now knows. Look, I'm pinging. This is exactly where to spam. This is exactly where to hold on. But the kills are coming in. All for GX. BBL should never have won that. Sociable plays it well. They had the ult. They had the space. They let GX onto the site because they're trying to set for the post plant. And that one's going to sting the most.
And just looking back in the replay as well as how those kills came through. One player coming in from main, the rest peeking from heaven. And of course, well, the Yoru can't shoot back when he's in his ultimate. He's just a walking information, walking drone. And you can see the thought process behind it. Spam me. They're not on the spike. You don't have to peek. I have all the information. And yet still his teammates fall like flies around him. Spike diffused. Round for Giant X and a good retake for that.
Yeah. Look, I'm sitting here and saying like that is a bad round for BBL to lose, but I think you've got to take on the chin the fact that that was a really well played round for Giant X, right? Like you were talking about the fact that it was them with their backs against the wall. The Yoru ult was so annoying for them in the post plant because they knew that if it was a tap or a stick, the Yoru's always going to be looking out for that. And then all of these kills start coming in, frag after frag, and then the round just falls into place. They just get all 5 in the matter of moments. And that stings the most.
And a sting to the pockets. Marshall, Sheriffs, classic even for Yampi. Hopefully the shenanigans of pistols winning. Super light investments being the tide turner in rounds like these from what we saw in the first half of Pool. At least got a semblance of normality. Rifle v rifle comes to the post plant, comes to ultimates. A lot of space gained over towards mid. TP over into vents just to clear that out. This is going to be so many questions for Giant X. You can already see Tomazi's already backed away from sight, aware that heaven's a possibility. An entrance in, holding it, but look at the side of BBL. They're all over towards main. So this is possibly a way for Giant X's retake to be stalled out, especially with a lack of information over towards heaven, over towards mid. It's going to be a heavy CT retake.
Spike yerleştirildi.
Let's put you two into the heavens. GX still looking strong for a retake round, considering the weaponry not the best for BBL, but offering fights like that is how you're going to end up losing. The TP to try and throw them off the scent. A classic kill coming in from Yampi. Runner, west side, both with kills. Prophet fires back. This is a 2v2, and this is winnable, especially when Prophet is hitting shots like that. Chiwa will close, and BBL will take the lead once more.
Sheriffs, classics, and a Marshall. That was it, Ryan. That was the investment that they brought into it. And you can hardly call it an investment. It's more like, okay, you haven't really got the funds to buy up into this one. Make sure you have enough for next. Buy what you can. Yampi, you couldn't buy anything. It was utility that he opted for. Classics, light shields, and still is able to make his impact felt. Of the isolation of the kill over towards screens. Cypher falling early. To a one-shot headshot from a Raze with a Sheriff. You can say, sure, it's the aim factor, but there was no trade in sight. No possibility of it. Gets the showstopper online, does chip damage over to the players on main. And it's also a distraction as well, because they don't necessarily clear out Yampi in that corner. Numbers advantage, time advantage as well in favour of BBL towards the end of it. And you can see what it means to the crowd. They know how important that round was and how devastating it can be to Giant X.
An exciting third map summer, at least the beginning of it. The back and forth. One that we're enjoying.
Again, marathon, not a sprint. Like we said, it's a best of 5. We're only 2 maps in. Everything else this one's been best of 3s. And saying that, it's only been one necessarily match that they had to play to get here. But it's that mentality, right? Talk about mentality. Run out with the confidence to peak. And a quick headshot onto Sociable, but that's players trying to make it outside of B. Satchel's in, and Loon somehow manages to get that. A quick trade out with a showstopper from CT from Pirpo.
Still chances, BBL. Missed shot on from Chiwa. And now Profek, middle of the site, knows that there's a player in front and behind. Was waiting for Yampi's reaction. But this one leaves BBL's IGL against 4. And this, too far gone, Summer. Way too far gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not even any chance of like, I can get the spike down on A. There's no spike. There's no time. And there's no teammates left. And you could even see this have been a more, possibly even a flawless round for Giant X as well. You saw the little bit of a misconnection of shots. Not sure if you're showing the replay, but it comes from the start of this one. That kill onto Runner gets the satchel in. This readjustment from Lewin is nice. But again, it's that support system that Giant X had here that they kind of didn't necessarily have in the retake in the previous. There's always someone ready to trade it out. And even if Tomazi fell to Profek on site, there's no one else to help Profek in that situation because Yampi's all the way towards mid, but Giant X had 3 other players there ready to peek in and help. Starts with a good support system. Pretty default from both of these teams, clearing out a little bit of utility over towards B, taking that camera, taking some of the trips as well offline. So Cloud's definitely going to be a little bit more uncomfortable leaving B on his own unless it starts to get cleared out or any heavy utilities used over towards A. But that's kind of the opposite. They're trying to fake out this position over towards B, but there's only one player. Sure, utility from Profek to help bolster it up, but this is going to be running out onto A. Does Tomazi peek through this? Does he take the bet? And he does! Damage done, but absolutely no kill. Chiwa walks away with 5 HP.
Now what, right? Now what? This GX side, outnumbered, outgunned. Little to nothing to use in this retake. Just need pure elbow grease to make this round work. And the manpower seems to be working. But only for a moment. Yampi gets one back, but a digestible 2-on-3. Cloud is continuing to stick. Nobody's stopping this from happening. It's just a full stick. And how on earth have they not countered Cloud just holding the defuse? How?
Profek, he thought the pull was there. The star was there. You could see it. The Astra utility as that attempt to stop the stick. Hopefully we can see it in the replay, but a misstep. You can see the star on the floor a little bit too wide and just completely unaffected is Cloud, and he even cleans up in the aftermath.
Oh, man. That hurts to see.
Thing is, the mentality for Profek, he necessarily wasn't having the best last game. We saw like a couple of whiffs, we saw visible frustration, and especially after that run, it's easy to get into your head over. That's going to be the test, I feel, in this map and in this series, is the recoverability of Profek. There's a little bit of a gap on that smoke. The spike's just walked out be on its own.
I mean, amidst all of that as well, like, the peaks are way too big for this attack. As you say, they're now just trying to flood through A. A massive whiff from Tomasi. Cloud, Purpo, 2 on 3. I mean, Profec's low. Same situation for Chiwa. And Sociable would have spotted one on the site. Drops the clone. Cloud knows that the delay is important. The spike is still under his nose. And more importantly, there's no one really here to help out. It's just Cloud on a desert island. Purpo's trying to make the rotate on in. Sociable checking out middle. Will hit the shot. Player coming up. Connector removed. Profec knows that the B main position could have been infiltrated. Cloud's going to try and go chasing, but it's only a bit of shoulder given. Will try and spam for the pre-fire, but Cloud hits the mark. 20 seconds left. Camera gives him some information, but not all of it. And the spike now picked up from underneath. Sociable sticking the plant in the meantime. Chiwa moving forward for the information, but it's another 1v1. And now the neural theft comes online. Cloud knows the positioning of Sociable, knows exactly where the Yoru is off to, gets the second ping. But the TP into heaven, the stick, it's happening! Sociable, well played. Knew that movement was on his side with the Yoru. Gets the TP quickly into heaven. Shoots into the side of the defuse. And that will deny GX of their 5th.
This wasn't an investment or a heavy investment coming in from BBL either. It just falters over towards mid. Weapons retrieved. Cloud gave a good go at it. And he's the only reason that they were able to have the spike in the first place. No way for them to pick that up, so they had to regain control over towards B for the side of BBL, but they routed through A heaven. Catching those defenders off guard, but talking about catching them off guard, there's a satchel through onto site. Lewin, quick adjustment over towards Flowers. Tomasi gets his, and he's just going to get over and onto site. Westside wants to put his name in the hat as well. It's just one by one.
Oh, and the shots connect. Chiwa another. Sociable, a hat trick to give BBL another. A thorn in their side. It's BBL side, not happy giving up for anything right now. Summer GX, despite a fantastic start in this map and maybe taking a few rounds from nowhere. BBL starting to regain some control and some momentum in this map.
Flood into site, trying to disrupt BBL. It was attempt at a post-plant or post-plant positioning. It's just fails to have the correct outcome or the more favourable outcome for the side of Giant X. Instead, it offers up so many 1v1s. BBL capitalise on it, thriving in the chaos. Quick retake over towards Heaven, over towards Ramp, and the spike being pretty delayed on that execute.
BBL down a number. In fact, 2 now, Summer. Purpo's just found Sociable. Lots of bodies going to be stacked up in front of the crosshair of Prophet. Can't connect on the first spray. Has some support from Yampi. The second spray is just as good. Westside will eventually trade. It's a 3v2 now for GX. And unfortunately, favoured the ult. Information will shortly follow. Instantly destroyed, but they know that there's a player in heaven. Tomasi starting to stick. It's already halfway gone. Will eventually hold the angle. 1v1. Westside low. Tap again. Yampi knows the peak needs to be found soon. And peaks at the prime time to catch the last player mid-defuse. And Yampi looks up to stare at the fans who are ecstatic with a win there. Yampi knows as well just how important that round is for his team, because this is what's going to separate this halftime scoreline. We knew that GX had the opportunity to take over, but now it's BBL's turn in the driver's seat.
Especially a map that you want to be favouring the defenders on. Historically, they've at least secured themselves an equal half on the attacking sides. Some big ultimates as well to even push this to a 7. Both duelists. Oh, Prophet. They tried to clear out mid, but he was just hid behind the half wall. Takes great timing for the peak, and that's one of the main ways back into the round. The rays, the satchels, the nades. The Giant X, they're going to have to clear this out a little bit more efficiently because look how deep they have different sort of actions of the post-plant. Profex all the way towards main.
Nicely done. Chiwa a double. Tomasi on a big flank. The trip will be getting in his way though. And now his flank compromised. Cloud starting to stick the spike. Lewin catches one back. Can't afford to sit on top of it. Cloud has to back away. And this is going to be BBL shaping up for a 7th here. Attacking side of Split Summer. BBL, what a recovery in this half. And now the statement is being made. 2 people died to the spike. They've got creds to buy for the rest of this half. A luxury that the defense doesn't quite have yet.
Money. It's not too much of an issue in the sense that no one's necessarily going down onto pistols, but you have a Judge and a Guardian. Westside pops his ultimate, the Snake Pit over towards mids, trying to close down that avenue for BBL, but realistically, that's not necessarily been a point of contention for BBL late into the rounds. There's not some crazy flanks coming off. Or they're not trying to heavy split B. A lot of these have been straight up site pushes. At least it's something that Giant X don't necessarily have to worry about in particular. Although they are going to just send Yampy running in. So that's a free kill for Giant X. Capitalized on upon by Purpo. Seen a couple of Hail Marys from the Fade player.
Oh, wow. Great shot from Tomasi. Purpo's hit another. 5 on 2. I think this is the round that could have really separated BBL a good from a great half. 7 is a fantastic job, don't get me wrong, but an 8-4 half, that could have been the statement. Westside trip right up against him. Wall goes up towards A, 25 seconds. BBL are going to have to go pushing through this. Chiwa into the jaws of Runner. The spam trying to be returned by Profek, but BBL know that 7 is all that they'll get in the first half on the attack. A pretty promising first set of 12 for them.
And from the side of Giant X, you have to be thinking 5 has to be enough, right? Because you're looking at this defensive-sided map. You probably want to be favoring this composition on the defensive side as well, in the sense if you have the double controller, you have the Cypher as the Sentinel. Lots of opportunities for control across the entire map. And to walk away with it with only 5 in pocket isn't necessarily the best side, but it's not the worst either. It was a recovery towards the end of the half. It started off great, fumble towards mid, and then towards the end, thankfully for Giant X, securing the 5th. Still a lead in favour of BBL, and we've seen how decent they have been on the pistols in the sense of they won the both in the first map and both in the second. So in this one, have to be wary of it, possibly even a 9-5 lead coming off straight off the bat if they are able to win the pistol and then the conversion. Just something they've been very consistent at.
This will be a big halftime chat for both teams. As you say, pistol means everything. A chance for GX to play chase, but a bigger chance for BBL to take over, to really start putting nails in coffins and heads on the line. I think this and the next are the most important 2 maps of BO5. Obviously, if it goes all 5 maps summer, then yeah, well, obviously the 5th map is going to be the most important. But in terms of the mentality for the rest of this series, I always like to think that when it goes 1-1, the 3rd map is one of the most important. You want to be the team that's ahead, you know? You want to be the team that can afford to make a few more mistakes and afford to lose a map in a series. You don't want to be the team on the receiving end of defeat, because that's where you've got to play a faultless game from there on out, and if you lose one of your next 2, it's heartbreak. It's serious stuff. And, you know, people say BO5s are quite forgiving. In some situations, they won't be. And when the pressure's going to be amalgamating like this, sometimes players are squashed. Diamonds are made. And Purpo, the man that shines bright in round 13, finds a 3k. Spike just blasts out B. They even chuck the spike back towards Purpo, so they're one step closer to the showstopper. It's all a game of trickery and deceit. So much noise made on A. All the kills happen in and around Heaven. But B is the final destination.
Even picking up the orb as well into mace, now only 3 points away from that showstopper. And you can see the idea that BBL were going for in that. They had so much pressure over towards Heaven, trying to converge on the position, but Popo just absolutely decimates everyone in his path. And you can see just a splatter of blue crosses across Heaven into Vent, and we saw how it played out. A couple of crisp shots from Popo, who's going to be hunting whether to die or to get the kill. And again, now 2 away from the showstopper. And that's just after 1 round, Ryan.
Yeah, that is the scary thing, isn't it? Like, you play this anti-eco well, you're going to have a showstopper heading into your bonus. That is a difference maker. Purpo has played a fantastic round with the Ghost. And maybe it can start to monopolize with this GX side.
Even if not in this one, but in the next, say he dies, gets nothing in this, still only 1 away, an orb. A showstopper. I don't think there's any sort of conversation that we're expecting Pippo not to get any, especially with a Vandal, full shields. He's got everything he could have wished for in this round, especially after the heroics of the first. So much cash in the bank. Lewin pushed up towards mid, might catch Tomazi off guard. Oh! He gets away.
More sheriff shots, none of which landing. Runner, Cloud, West Side, all painting kills in the feed. And it's the Viper that closes. So there's your showstopper already online. Tomasi gets to even pick up an orb in the meantime. So, yes, complete different ends of the spectrum. But this one, an important one. I think it's safe to say, Summer. For the sake of BBL, don't want to be handing that momentum too far in the hands of this GX side.
And just look at this buy. This is just looking like a rifle round with maybe sure a little bit of lack of funds on Runner for the reinvestment, but even if Giant X aren't able to walk away with this round, which again is looking like a rifle, so they have every intention of making this as competitive as possible, any damage that they can do, because they can fully reinvest. BBL on the other hand, many players down to 50 credits, even 0 on Lewin and Yampi. Precarious situation, clearing out the box. Sociable just TP's out.
Oh my word. Lewin just getting caught by the showstopper. Purpo taking an abundance of health for it, but we'll get most of it back thanks to Runner. 4 on 4, 50 seconds left. I mean, at least it's information, Summer, but the big ult used.
But there's not much space that Giant X actually have, because there's so many questions. Have they pushed out of B? Have they re-cleared A main from site itself? So now they're going to be walking into the main place where we have this heavy setup from BBL. 3 players towards this site, even a Cypher ready to peek off Heaven.
Oh no, it's all back and forth. Purpo last alive. Prophet, Yampi, everything to do. 15 seconds. Spike picked up. It will move its way into sight. A tap, no stick. Yampi will now react off of the fact that this is being stuck, or at least you'd think so. Will finally get over the top of the Heaven peak and will find the kill, just ensuring that the round goes BBL's way. 7-all. Or 8-7, sorry. I tell a lie. 8-7.
I just want to see the implications of how costly that round was for the side of BBL sure to survive. So it's a minimum of 2 full buys coming into the next, but I'm worried if there's any players going to be on Bulldogs or Guardians or sacrificing a little bit of utility from the side of BBL. And yeah, there you go. You can see 2 players have been forced down onto the Guardians, 1 onto the Bulldog, even half shields for Lewin and Shiwa. They do have all of the utility, so definitely prioritizing that over the better weaponry, over the Vandals, over the premium rifles. This is such a pivotal point for both these teams. Economy not great on either. Sure, you can talk about the loss bonus that's going to start to build up for Giant X, but it's nothing significant. Cleared out over towards A main, a deep trip, a deep camera, which means there's going to be a heavy stack over towards mid, towards B. Heaven is the place that they really want to hold down onto.
Flash goes out, Purpo getting stuck in the Heaven peak. 45 on the clock. Oh, the tail of the Cypher. Cloak spotted, but it's the Viper that gets dropped. A second too much to ask for from the Guardian of Sociable. Yampy quick into the jaws of Runner as well. GX finds some space towards 8. They're just going to blind back sight, make sure the coast is clear. Get that spike down. They got the numbers game to play this round in their favour.
And just look at the adaptation as well. Cloud's been able to pick up his trips and put 1 towards CT, 1 towards Heaven, and even a camera over towards Ramp. So that's going to be information to play off. And look how deep Purpo's just not contesting at anything. Planted for Heaven as well, so there's so many opportunities for Giant X to disrupt this retake in so many different ways, especially since now the players on site are getting corralled from main and CT, but Tomati fights both. Then Prophet comes in, trying to retreat. The Raze player ready and waiting. Messy towards the start, but as soon as they get into the post plant, as soon as they get out onto 8, it's cool runnings.
Timeout. Needed one, I think, for both parties. Maybe a bit of a breather, my word. Apparently I need one as well. It's time for the coaches to say their piece, how they think that this could go their way. A tough reality for this BBL side, because this is their pick, let's not forget. Hey, no sleeping, man. Come on, grand finals. We're here to watch some sick Valorant. No sleeping at the wheel. 5 seconds on this timeout. Coaches will say their final words, and now the business end of our 3rd map. As I say, if BBL don't take things here, you can only think that the rest of this BO5 is going to get extremely hard for them. If you have only just joined us, sort of finishing up a work day on a Sunday, but I don't know, maybe that's you work on Sundays or whatever the excuse you may have is. First and foremost, you're forgiven. Split is picked by BBL. Haven, of course, up next, picked by Giant X, and Bind as the decider. If BBL don't go up 2-1 in this series, I think you're going to be looking at a pretty bleak state for the BBL side.
Talking about bleak, an entry like that, uncontested, no trade available because you hit the shot and you absolutely just run away. A little bit of damage done onto Profig over towards main. West side making his presence known. Especially with that wall as well, being able to use that as that sort of lurking. You can see how many of the players are worried about a player having walked out onto site. They're going to have to re-clear it now, as you can see it cross onto the other side of the map. But that is not exactly where Giant X want to end things. A camera and a fade grab is all to defend this A site. And a classic on Yampy.
Moving into a vacant A site. Not with the numbers, but definitely with the weapons to favour this attack taking a 9th. Camera set up in main, paint shells go onto the site. Sociable, flash goes high, west side with 2, Cloud, Tomazzi, both with a kill each, and will eventually be mopped up by the Giants X side. 3 survive at the end of that round, Summer. Could definitely turn a little more pear-shaped if that judge was a little more convictive towards site. Either way, BBL lose another gritted teeth stuff for them. Say it's the business end of this map, every round's going to count.
Yeah, fortunately for Tomazzi, is a bit too far away for that judge to really be much of a problem for him. Maybe just the jumping around Sociable. A little bit harder to track, but again, especially after that entry kill in mid, the fact that BBL weren't able to recycle that weapons, weren't able to pick up a Vandal for themselves, it did force them into that retake with, well, less than subpar weaponry and a judge. And that judge was the main thing that even made it a possibility or even a chance that we could consider, okay, maybe they have an opportunity, if the judge can get a couple, if we can get onto site, upgrade weapons. Exploratory keeping active over towards B has left BBL a man down, a raise down, and Profek tested on site again. It's the suffocation of these anchors, doesn't know which way to look, and whichever way he's looking, there's someone in the behind. Same goes for Sociable over towards mid. Cloud makes the advantage even more in their favour. 5v2, and it's forcing a save, surely. This is a conceding of a 10th.
That's going to be the case. 2 on 5, both players on the side of the map. And you want to talk about damage, 3 players out of the equation for BBL in this round. And then on top of all of that, Summer, the money in the back pocket of this defense, basically next to nothing. Sociable, Lewin, Profek, all with irreversible damage done. Nice double, in fact triple from Chua. Looking for a 4th, but tries to tuck in. Runner eventually getting there. I mean, GX have the luxury, Summer, of rebuying those weapons that they just lost. Not the same case for BBL. They know that those guns were incredibly, incredibly valuable.
And I think it's that significance why Giant X was so committed to that hunt, even though they're losing 3 players in the process. That could have been a flawless round. Only 1 rifle. Sociable on the Yoru. He's been playing really well across the series, and especially in this map. They put the rifle to the wrong side. They're pushing towards B, even pressing the issue, but it's A that's going to be the point of contention, at least for Giant X towards the beginning of the round. That's where the spike has been committed. But look at this long wraparound from Sociable. There's no trips either from Cloud deep spawn. There's no expectation for this to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to think at some point, like the mental clock, realising that someone could be on a big flank. I mean, everyone, look at this part of the map. Like, they understand that they could be in middle, but there's basically 10 players on the server towards A.
And you even have Tomazzi going for a wraparound towards mid. This is great from Giant X. This is completely nullifying Sociable's flank, at least for the time being, because they're running up, going towards heaven, putting the pressure now on Yampi. Oh, and Tomazzi hears this. This should be a free kill.
It's so predicted, but it's not! Sociable is expecting that kind of move. That rogue rifle now put into place. Yampi a second, and it all comes crumbling down for GX. They are going to go for the spike plant. It could be denied, and it nearly is. Sociable gets dropped. 6 points of health is all that's left. Yampi drops in with the classic. Right clicks down another. Purpo and Westside now need to win 2 on 3, and it's all on Westside alone. 30 points of health. That spike, he knows where, but now the Cosmic Divide used. Profek spams down before it even gets going. And BBL steal this round away from GX. The mid-rounding is sick. Sociable's read into that hold is disgusting. And the rest of it is history.
And I think it's that Yeah, it's clear. On top of the kill from Yampi, this classic kill, it wasn't not necessarily even that one, it was the first one over towards the right side of the pillar. Before the Viper Spit even was invested. But still, it's only the second round that BBL have been able to mount up on the defense. One was the bonus in the third, which admittedly count that as a full rifle round with the weaponry and investment GX made into it. This time, it's BBL making the investment sociable up and ready with that operator. Again, mid, point of contention, shoulder peek from Loon just gives his life away to Purpo. Showstopper available, Neural Theft available as well, so you can see Cloud starting to move over from 8. Whether they want to use this as an investment, you can see the pings going out, that's exactly where the body is. But Yampi wants to press the issue. Does he clear the corner? No. And the body walking towards him is the free ultimate that he was looking for. Prophet forced off sight, forced for the retake. And even then, it's a 5v4. 5v3 even, it's even worse. Planted for main. And it's a save. Aware of the possibility into that round, Ryan, is just there's showstopper to get through, there's flashes to get through, mollies. There's so many layers and so much utility still in the pockets of Giant X. And also the fact that they are 2 men down. 11th conceded. Yampi can buy up into the next, Chua can drop for Lewin. Again, we're seeing one team come out on top, or at least appearing to be the ones leading the charge, especially on this side, right? 2 rounds, that's all the side of BBL being able to put together on the defensive so far. Giant X definitely in the driving seat at least. But also just in the back of your minds, you have to be thinking, this is BBL's map pick. Similar to what we saw on Sunset. It was close until it wasn't. Giant X walking away with it. It's the same story on Pill. The trade of map picks. You see the idea, Cloud wanting to get the ultimate off over towards Heaven. Yampi pushing the initiative over towards mid. Hand delivers that one. But in this one, it was the opposite. Raise of Giant X that falls first.
On 4 for BBL. They had the opportunity, they set themselves up for success for the remainder of this map instead. Their success hinges on this round. Flash around the corner. No damage done to either of these players in the engagement or integrally. It's just forcing them further back, keeping eyes away from the A site. And it looks to be this is where GX want to end up.
I think the main issue is, for the side of GX and BBL, is this point over towards spawn. Should a player decide to push out of it, then you have to spam through the smoke. Tamazi, after cancelling the TP, manages to get one. Cloud clears out the site. That should be a free plant for this team.
Yeah, now they can afford to just bunker up, play in sight. Sociable's one off the ult. West side will not see any more of this retake. Yampi removes him from it. Tomazi moving into spawn. And now, Cloud. Cam set up, patiently waiting.
Utility to work with for the side of BBL. You got flashes, you got satchels, you got a reveal as well. So that's going to be a scale up onto site.
Flash, blind, everyone apparently, as Lewin finds both. And BBL say that this map is not over yet, at least while we still have a standing chance. It's 10 on the board for the defense. The map is now 1 round in it. And you want to talk about fine margins, how late in this game, yet still we have this back and forth saga.
You can see how important it was for the side of BBL for the save in the previous. The fact that they were able to save the operator, 2 rifles, and they had enough money to be able to drop over to their fallen teammates. That kill is criminal, by the way. He's just trying to satchel peacefully up heaven behind the smoke. Plucked out of the sky. That was the first step in the right direction for BBL in that round. Early on, early pick. And the advantage, player count, held true to the very end.
Well, showstopper you, Summer. Purpo trying to find a way to grant an advantage. It might just land straight on the headpiece of the sight hold, and that's Yampi gone. Purpo caught. Again, another flash. Sociable just trying to delay from spawn. Chiwa in the meantime finding another. BBL, upper player. Spike, an opportunity to go down once more. Cloud is getting caught out by the util, and that's valuable information fed over to BBL, but no one able to capitalize off the back of it as the spike goes down. 3 on 4. Yet again, an advantageous position for BBL in a retake. Purpo spotted out on the corner, but repeaks, and will find a frag off the back of it. Now the numbers level, and BBL don't quite know how to respond. They bunker up a little bit more, trying to delay a few seconds to make sure everyone's ready to go together. This cage causing problems. Flash goes through, but it's also on its own right now. Lewin waits for the cage to drop before he can even take a fight. The movement now disabled. Cloud gonna get another. Sociable claims one more, and Lewin yet again in the kill feed to give BBL another. His retake potential has been nothing short of fantastic, and we are now at 11 all, a stalemate after 22 rounds.
A revitalization of this defense realistically, and it's not even just the defense, it's the retakes as well. Especially, I hope we can see the timeline, because when we were looking at how many rounds that Giant X were able to get in this attacking side sort of string of rounds, a lot of them were your post plants. A lot of them where the spike went off, or they were able to get the spike down and it forced out a save. And all the rounds BBL are able to walk away with have been those defuses and off the back of retakes. A quick kill over towards mid, TP'd back out over towards 8. And again, Purpo being entries. Now forcing a conversion from a 4v5. Because now, we were talking about how much money Giant X were able to put in their pockets after the rounds on rounds of being able to walk away victorious. Now they're the ones down on their luck. This was their last chance to make it in regulation, because in the next, there's definitely going to be substitutes. Oh my god, they're right next to each other, Ryan.
Who's going to pull the trigger first? Westside will get the information fed through. A second opportunity to strike for GX. Now a 3v3, but Sociable, all the information, knows where everyone lies, and now has a quick wraparound to behind, sends the Yoru decoy round the corner, runs in towards sight. Chiwa getting one, all a distraction piece. Runner now needs to go huge on his own, 1 versus 2, tucks back into the corner, but Chiwa will spot round the corner, and it is 12 on the board for BBL. Talk about recoveries, this is a big one.
Westside really trying his best, getting that double over towards sight. Here, seeing the replay, it's just unfortunate they were able to walk past each other. Westside alerted to the position of Lewin by his teammates trying to flood out of heaven. Sociable, the ultimate. So much information gathered, but also on top of that, being able to gain the space over towards B main.
GX have done quite well in taking sight, Summer. You know, they've done very well at finding themselves in post-plant situations. The conversion rate has been horrendous, especially in the recent few rounds. I mean, that's 3 rounds in a row now, back-to-back, that have been 3v3, and they've converted none of them. Outplayed in the post-plants time and time again. And this is it for them, the do or die. Quite honestly, BBL's pick should not be going their way. If GX played their cards right, they'd be walking away 2-1 up in this series. Instead, it's left on their shoulders to hope for the best. Tomazi, good opener, as he'll catch Sociable. That's the op dropped as well, and Runner will get the plant.
Trip is still up as well over towards main, so if these players start to try and flood in to help, especially the Cypher, especially Cloud over towards main, could get caught unawares. And even a neural theft coming in from Shiwa. There's going to be so much information to where the Giant X players are trying to situate for this post plant. An operator for Tamazi.
Oh no, BBL fighting back! Yampi finds more! All on west side! Lewin will deny! And BBL will just about pinch away their map pick. 13-11 on split, and it's 2-1 to the Turkish favoured side in this series.
And a way to do it as well. It was looking horrendous, realistically. The first half of the defensive side, there was rounds on rounds again where they were just getting dismantled when they went for the retakes, or even rounds where they didn't even attempt it because, well, in a 3v3, they just didn't feel like they had enough utility, had enough time, and also the positioning to be able to get away with it. And then something happened. It was sort of like a flick of a switch, and then round after round, sure, Giant did great getting the site, getting the spike down like you said, but the post plants was where it was at towards the tail end of that game. And I think that's why we saw it go to, well, realistically all 24 rounds. It was a 13-11, which we realistically, like you were saying, we could have seen it being a Giant X victory, again taking the map of BBL in this series. And I think that's the main thing for me of the takeaway, is the ability to adapt from the side of BBL for those retakes as well, in particular in the latter end of the half, because admittedly at the start it was a little bit shaky, but there was a turnaround around the 21st, 22nd round, and then it was just straight up BBL dominance for those retakes.
Yes, absolutely. Giant X now on the brink of losing this BO5. It is BBL up 2 maps to 1. We head to Haven next to see if there is a response and if this will be a 5-map affair, or will BBL Esports get it done in 4. Find out after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
I got this.
Going up.
So we are here for our 4th map of a possible 5 and summer. I think, you know, to say the least, Giant X a bit disappointing towards the end of the map. They had every opportunity to take it home and just fell short considerably. And now we head into a 4th map where we're actually half considering a scenario that BBL are the team that can walk away with this 3-1. It is Giant X's pick of Haven next. And while I'm a firm believer that they look confident on Haven and will continue to look confident through this BO5, I think a newfound confidence for BBL themselves, because I think they know partially shouldn't have been winning that previous map, at least the way they did.
Well, I have a unfortunate story for you, Ryan. Haven, okay. I feel is... Sure, we can talk about the fact that we haven't actually seen what Giant X's Haven's going to be like, but for the side of BBL, we've seen it. We've seen it in this tournament. We've seen it in the previous, and the fact that they've played this 6 times. It's the most played map for this team in particular, and they've lost it once, and that was realistically a game they shouldn't have lost. They've gone like public about that. There was mistakes being made. It was a 10-2 half that ended in overtime, an overtime loss. It should never get to that point, and that's the only loss that they have on this map, and they have many reps on it as well. So I think that maybe playing into this, and especially since, well, it's a best of 5, you're going to see so many maps, and it's just how late can you delay them. And the fact that we're coming into this, BBL are already a map up. They're on basically series map point in regards to the map, so they could be walking away with this, going into Haven, a map that they've played, they tried and tested on it, specifically in officials with this new roster, not just in practice. And I think I'm definitely going to be sort of changing my prediction. We did say 3-1, but I feel like it's definitely flipping in favor of BBL being that 3-1, especially from what we've seen from Giant X on the last couple of maps. I know you don't believe
can't
in it.
change your prediction. You
can.
Can't.
After
You're 3 maps in and you're
information.
gonna go, actually, I'm gonna jump ship. Look, I said 3-1 Giant X. I'll hold my hand up and say, look, no matter the result of the game, I'm wrong. I can take accountability for that, Summer. You know,
I'm wrong. Okay.
There you go. Okay, now you
Is that better?
No, you got to relish in the moment that you picked the wrong team that are going to go 3-1. Because look, I'm not saying it's a definite that we are going to see this this series end in 4 maps, but I think for me, BBL now newfound momentum, crowd starting to really cheer behind them. I think more critically, as I said, I think the GX side are going to be very disappointed with how the end of that map went, because they looked on form, on point for the first 15, 16, 17 rounds, and then there was 3-4 in a row at the end where it was the BBL side that flipped a switch and managed to convert every single retake into their favor, just pulled every string to turn, I think it was back-to-back 3v3s in the post plant when they were defending and had to go and defuse the spike, still managed to come out on top. I think the last round was even a 4v3 in favor of the GX side and managed to win that one out. So I don't know. I'm pretty confident in this BBL side. I think they look pretty good. The one caveat I will throw Giant X's way is that, again, it's a new roster. There's limited tape. BBL, I'm 90% sure they've played this map in the close qualifiers summer, if I'm not mistaken. I think they played it once before. So there's a fair bit of tape to have a little review of, have a watch back, go, do you know what? Okay, this is the mistake that was made here, here, and here. This is how we're going to penalise. And I think that in of itself is worth its weight in gold, because we know that they're a team that definitely can, as we saw in previous map, turn 5v4s, 4v3s. They know how to convert from those positions. It was just a massive lack thereof on Split.
Yeah, and just talking about how many times they've played this map, it was 6 in total, 1 yesterday, obviously, that we saw in the series, but also 5 times in the open and closed qualifier, in the sense of trying to get to Rebel and at Rebel itself, and that's where we saw that 1 loss. And yeah, it was definitely a massive upset that they weren't able to walk away with that one. It was against Permitter Unicorns, and it's not necessarily a team that you're looking towards to be able to upset a T1 team like BBL, but again, like you were saying, it's the caveat of both of these teams are new. This is the off season. This is the first outing for majority of these players with this team in itself. Sure, obviously BBL had that Rebel home ground run. It wasn't necessarily a deep one. So this one, no tape to go on for BBL in regards to what Giant X are going to bring. On the other hand, so much for Giant X to have a look at, and specifically, I'm worried about the defensive side for the side of BBL in the sense of how strong it is if Giant X are able to really find the weaknesses and pull it apart at the seams.
Yeah, I think that BBL have definitely shown the explosiveness and the capability of that. Obviously, we looked to that Papara Supermassive game where, short on all 3 streets, things were quite close, you know, 14-12, 13-11, and then the last map, finally, one-sided 13-4. But I did want to bring up that game in particular in the semis, because that was the game that BBL Esports dominated Papara Supermassive on. You know, it was a 13-4 on the defense. They won 9 out of 12, and it's like, well, actually, if that's going to be the case, if we're going to see a really good showing like we did against the Papara Supermassive side, I don't see why we can't feel a little confident that the BBL side can replicate that success and double down on it, especially in a grand final when there's a whole lot of money on the line.
Yeah, again, both teams are going to have a substantial amount, but it's that 7k difference between first and second place. And Giant X are fighting off the back foot. They're mapped down in this series, and the pressure's definitely going to be on them, especially coming into this. Now, this is their map pick. The last one that they played, we had trades finally getting set right by BBL on split, but this one, Giant X opportunity to push it to bind, push it to, honestly, I think this is the best 5th map for both of these teams. It's an equal playing ground, I believe, for both, but Giant X have to push us there.
Good start. 1 out of the barrel of the pistol. Purpo from the spec screen will have to watch the rest of his team try and convert this, but BBL an advantage on this defending side. And one thing we didn't really get to talk too much about, you know, it wasn't 100%, but we kind of could agree that this was going to be the hunch with, you know, the current map being picked by the GX side. BBL get the choice of the selection, start on the defense. That's where they were the strongest yesterday. So this is going to be a real opportunity for them to really stick it into 6th gear and show us, you know, yesterday wasn't just a fluke, it wasn't just a one-off. Like, we are here to stay. This map is part of our arsenal and one of the better ones at that.
And again, faith of BBL into these retakes, we've seen it time and time again across multiple different maps, so they definitely drilled to some extent, but a lot of delay towards CT. Isolation of these kills, but it's traced back and forth. It does come out to a 3v3 though.
And Yampy activates from the garage position. Quick kill on backside. Lewin with the frenzy, able to neutralize before things get too out of hand. And BBL with the pistol. So looking strong. That momentum bleeding between maps. That crowd, as loud as it is, to be honest, like, it's been constant noise for the BBL side throughout this whole map. That's how the first kill was found. Some really nice moves from the defense in the post plant as well. I've got to say that Yampy flank is the game changer. And BBL, good start. It's GX on the eco.
Yeah, impactful kills from Yampy. Solo wrap around from garage, picks up 2, and also just isolates the last player on site. So many angles to cover. Talking about angles to cover. Loon is good for the second. And even a tag onto the second player coming through. Tomazi and Purpo both low HP. Round gained, but even being given up straight after it's been received. And for the side of BBL, they don't even have to do anything, right? You have a Cypher holding the complete B, 3 players on A to stop this push, and so much utility for Garage and C. That's also being assisted by Profek weaseling his way back onto site.
Nice from West Side, getting Chew up, taken out of the equation. Now a 4v4, and now a little more scary. BBL happy to take over. Runner finding Profek means a bit of space off and over. For that C site, they get the spike down. Problem is, BBL with the much better weapons, and even Tomasi picking up a gun. I don't think there's going to be any belief that this side can pick apart. It's 1v3 in their favour. Tomasi really needing to step up. Checking long, got to be careful for all the angles, and while There was an opportunity at one. Lewin quick to the headpiece of the Omen. And BBL 2 for 2 did sacrifice 2 spike plants, but for the sake of making sure that 2 rounds fall in their favour, Summer, I don't think that they're going to see that as a bad trade at all.
Good start again. It's these pistols that are going in favor of BBL so often. Sure, you could talk about Pearl as like it's a little bit of a hiccup in the second round that they weren't able to convert. But other than that, it always puts them off to a good start in these maps, in this series. They're always the ones starting off with the advantage. Into this one, full investment from Giant X. Yampy with the outlaw, so that can do a lot of damage if put in the right position.
Oh, nice. Great little bit of movement from Lewin, but Purpo quick to cut it out. The gathering of the information, but the weapon is the item that makes BBL fall down another peg. 3 on 4. It's one of those that you look at as, from this spot in particular, a must-win round for the Giant X side.
The advantage, though, with weaponry, number count, Paper and Cloud, a little bit of a precarious situation, even Westside now, both low. So, for the side of Profik and Yampy, they're obviously going to be going to attempt this, because they're going to have a full buy in the next regardless, and even an operator likely on Lewin. But the damage that they can do still with these weaponry is pretty high.
Good start for Profek. Purpo down another player. I mean, they're just trying to spam out for that second molly. Yampy tapping immediately, trying to bait out these fights. The Sova shock dart lands short. They finally break away the second molly that they thought was already on the spike. Another tap. Yampy baiting these positions. Profek hits one more. Thomasy low, but no time left on the spike. Had to stick to half if he wanted the chance. And GX take their first here on Haven, but a lot of bodies put in front of the round. 4 casualties for this attack. I mean, it's a recoverable position, but you know that BBL in round 4 are going to play chase and put themselves on equal weaponry.
Yeah, and there you go. That's the operator out from Lewin as well, early into this half. I was just having a quick look about how we've seen BBL in particular play their defensive side, and a lot of the times they're letting this spike go down, and it's the retakes that are like the strong point for BBL on this map in particular. So obviously some do close out with just netting their kills. They have no qualms, Ryan, with letting the spike get down. I'm going for the retake, and you can see it there, 2v4. Brought down to a 1v1, and it's a dangerous situation for Giant X to be in. Spotted the operator now out over towards B. Spikes on the retreat, just popping so much information. Sociable, eager to gather any sort of advantage, trying to play inside the smoke. Oh, I'm pretty sure that Molly was supposed to go over towards this like garage walkout.
Yeah.
That's not going to be the case, so the stun goes instead. And again, it's this free sight.
Oh, is it though? Is it
trip.
though, Summer? Big trip. Chilla on the other side. Oh my words! BBL claiming all the kills. Thomas E runner. 2 on 5. They'd have to recover from.
What?
Nice shot from Thomas E. But it's all on runner now. Lewin, angle by angle, will start clearing out this site. They know that the spike has to be planted. It is picked up eventually by runner, who sticks it in the corner and slams it in its place. Sociable peeks out. Nice headshot. And BBL will take their third. It's another one of those rounds where they give up the spike plant, take the space back afterwards.
It should have been a free sight. Realistically, Chiwa was ready to play for the full retake. As soon as the trip goes off, as soon as the kill goes in favor of BBL, just runs out to reinforce. especially with the smoke back site. An easy funnel back in, and like you said, let the spike go down. Reposition of red into. Doesn't matter. Shots were not there. Here's the testing ground of home ground. Been a good debut for BBL coming into this. Already warmed up for the officials. Yampy even getting one with utility. It's just a slow poke and prod from Giant Exit trying to find an advantage. They're able to net a kill over towards B. Looking for more. No recovery of the weapon. Purpo one away from the ultimate, so should Chiwa fall easily, could be a speed up over onto side. The timing! He's on the camera! They don't clear the angle, Ryan! He was on the camera! Realistically, it should have been a free kill for Giant X. For a corner overlooked and devastation. A triple! For a player that was surely dead to rights.
Thomasy eventually captures the kill on the player that derailed this round, but into the smoke goes Thomasy, and BBL 4 out of 5 so far on this defense. It's been a good start from them, and the Giant X side, not much of a response out of them, but we just saw before we cut to the camera here, 3 ultimates online for this attack summer. This next round, a full investment. It's going to be a scary one, and it should be a second look at this again on the camera. If someone checks, that's a free weapon and a free opportunity onto the C site. Instead, no one clears it, and everyone gets torched.
And it's not even just a free weapon. It was a Neon going in first. That was with the Guardian, and gets the ultimate online with a kill, pops the overdrive, drops the weapon to another, and again, Purpo caught off guard by the close angles. Cloud an opportunity to capitalize on the drone, does so at least brings it back into a more manageable round. 2v3. Ultimates on the board for everyone except Porchiwa. And reset. Still, utility up over towards C, over towards Garage. So the only point that they're realistically worried about is B. You can see you were checking towards backside because they haven't had that information. There was a fast run over towards A. But other than that, Ryan, they're in a perfect position to disrupt this, whether that's with Yampy's ultimate or even just Chiwa's positioning.
Oh, great start, Chiwa. I mentioned the amount of ultimates that the attacking side had, and apparently, no matter what util they put at this BBL side, it will be to no avail.
And now they know, West side knows both of these players are over towards A. The stun, the blind, spike down. Look how quick this is coming in. There's no way out of it. Sure, you can try and put a Hail Mary. He gets into Cubby though, so this is going to have to force the fight from these players. This flash is available. They just go for the jump around the corner. And Yampy playing it up to the crowd.
Falls up BBL indeed. They are on fire right now. Delaying, I think. Is there a gun to go and collect? The op maybe?
Yeah, operator over towards A long. You can even see the pings coming out. Plenty of time realistically.
Or he's trying to get it as close as it. No, I'm joking. You'd never do that pro play. But that is 5 for BBL eventually. The number added to their tally. And it's safe to say the BBL side showing maybe that there are signs of life on this map, and this is one of their preferred selections. We're talking about this team obviously being one of those that we're going to see a lot more next year, and yeah, that is just ridiculous, by the way.
First shot, headshot, jump around the corner. He wasn't even the one who's going for the kill. He was just being that crosshair displacement, the distraction. It was down to Profo to net it. Sure, you take those kills when they come.
But yeah, as I was going to say, you know, BBL are one of those teams that are going to be a staple name in Tier 1 Valorant, right? Obviously got the kickoff event, the VCT EMEA kickoff, heading into the start of next year. I think it's the 15th of Jan, so not a lot of time post-Christmas, New Year's break for them to work on what needs doing. So I think BBL just going to try and use this to get used to the stage, used to the strats, and working in the same space as one another. I think it's safe to say Haven's one of those maps that actually might be a bit of an eye-opener for the opposition there. I think GX learning the hard way that it's definitely the case. Those 3 ultimates still very much in play for the Giant X squad. No one's used any of them yet. Obviously, you don't want to use them sort of uselessly. Chiwa finding one, Purpo trades 4 on 2. Looking a lot better. Lewin into his own smoke, shorty in hand. Too long of a range. Purpo finding the 3rd, and now all on Profek. Any takers? He will be denied at the front door. Fantastic 4K from Purpo. Individual excellence, something that can't be relied upon round after round, but maybe just enough to get the ball rolling.
Even the opportunity as well to bring out an operator obviously would have been donated by the BBL side. Opts to pick up the rifle over towards spawn, so you can see there's semblances of a game plan for the side of Giant X. They don't want to be held down by an open neon. Obviously in the post plan it's great because Profek no way into that. Second round on the board for Giant X. Money's okay across the board for everyone. Obviously Lewin a little bit worse for wear, but the Blaze Storms are out. Peter through garage. An opportunity squandered by Popo. Release numbers traded back out by Profek.
Yeah, I think there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, right? And there, Blaze Storm drawn, push into mid, no setup in utility. You know, Yampy still got both flashes. Sociable with the recon dart. Like, there was plenty of ways to get the info gathered to tip the scale slightly in your favour for taking that fight. With 50 seconds left, the dust settles level 4 on 4. And GX reposition, get ready for an A play maybe.
And just even look at this now. With the push-up from Sociable here, you can see the rotate starting to fall off from A of Profek, wanting to be careful of this B area. Doesn't even matter if they're not even going to get to site. Sociable, good for 2. Westside finally gets a trade, but there you go. Profek's called back onto site.
And now look, they've got the crossfire summer. Everything's ready and raring to go. So many angles to check. There's such little time. The bait and switches played beautifully between Chiro and Profek. And that is 6 on the board for BBL. A massive double kill outside the long position. And then the rest of it just slots into place. The pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together for BBL. Took them 3 maps, but we're finally getting there. Where we're seeing a more definitive and dominant first half, or at least the first portion of it.
Every round Giant X have been able to get on the board has been answered back straight away by BBL.
Yeah.
And sure, you can talk about Giant X, the round might be disrupted in the momentum, but I don't think there's anything that can stop the momentum of BBL right now, except maybe getting the last 4 of the rounds in a row. Even then, BBL, I don't think it's that crazily out of mind that we're going to be seeing like an 8-4 half, possibly even 9-3, just with by the way these rounds have been going and the investment Giant X have brought into this. You do have the Neon Ultimate should side execute go down. You can pop that Vandal over to someone else, saving it for a full rifle round. Remains to be seen, but chip damage done onto 2 of the players. Westsiders are walking wounded. Drone out towards C, not going to see anything, and it's only really holding 1 player over here. And even then, you have the Cypher utility on site, so it's not even the worst possibility of playing a heavy garage, heavy B, fast retake on A.
Sun into sight, second one as well. flashes are in, and as you say, I mean, we've got the ability to fast rotate here for BBL, but we know that they're a solid team in the post plant. Yampy moves in, gonna get caught out with the utility. There goes the Sova ult as well, but it isn't before heads are rolling, and it's on both sides of the coin that this is happening. There's only 12 seconds left. Chiwa 1v2, and he was on the late flank. Maybe delaying was the best effort for this team to take a 7th. Cloud, if he moves through the smoke, he should be dead to rights, but wins the engagement. And it is Giant X to take their 3rd. A step in the right direction, but as you said, the only way we're really cluing them into this second half is if they're piecing numerous rounds together and make this one look a little more competitive.
Timeout called as well, no doubt by BBL. And it's that thing, it's the momentum that's been lacking here for Giant X, especially taking a timeout now after the round that realistically should have gone in your way, but Giant X were able to claw it back. Just bringing the timeout in, keeping the momentum, or at least staving that of Giant X's off. And just to relish in the sound. You're sat there in a timeout and all you can see above you is players jumping. Fans out in full force here for BBL, and I feel there's a severe lack of those for Giant X. It's not just the 5 players on the server that they're playing against, Ryan. It's the 2 coaches in the back. It's the crowd. It's the home ground territory for BBL. And yeah, just looking at how this site went down, for the fact that Yampy's able to get one fully stunned is hits a little bit towards the soul, but it's more of the fact that, sure, even with the lack of weaponry, they had so many players on that site itself that they, and in very diversified positions, whether it was towards hell, towards long, towards short, or even just sat in like shallow graffiti. Players funneling out of CT did not know where to look. Or your trips dealt with.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was waiting for one of those trips to bring home some information.
People were able to skip and jump over the second. Soundcall then deals with it, but she was managed to re-clear out this position. It's a little bit more safety for the side of BBL when we're looking at this garage presence and scare. TP cancel from Prophet. Now Loon's going to be tested. Is he going to be cleared in the smoke? He is not. Only good for one. And Chiwa with the knife out. And even then, we've had the player that's managed to get another.
The TP is cancelled. Purpo runs out of ammunition. Prophet just gets in towards sight. Will TP safely across to avoid any contact from Long. Runner will start to make his advance towards sight. 25 seconds. Prophet catches him with his head turned. And BBL 7 on this defense. Looking promising, I've got to say, Summer. Real promising.
Yeah, you have to credit Sociable in that situation, being able to get to... You saw the trays go back and forth. You have Chiwa caught with his knife out. Here, a double on the site retake. Westside and Tamazi falls, leaving it up to Runner in a possible situation. Too many angles to clear, too many possibilities. Back turned into the crossfire, and that's 7 on the board now. And again, realistically, we're coming into this and saying BBL have struggled on the attacking side. So the fact that they're still able to get 7 here on the defense, it wouldn't be alarm bells yet for Giant X. It's more of the fact that they have a possibility to put up 9.
Stun, peek, Lewin, it's good information. And there goes the Sova once more for this defense, and Sociable has just poked 2 holes through this GX side. 45 on the clock. But a 2-player deficit, and even Tomazi being hit by the ult once as well. Not a good look for them, Summer. Most, if not all of their creds invested in this round And in the first minute, they've got nothing to show for it.
2.5 players if you're going to take Tomazi's HP into account. Stun perfect onto Chiwa, but they expect Nyampi towards backside. Almost gets the lineup. Sure, tag onto west side. 3 players to deal with. One's already TP'd up on top. Both are up on top. There are too many angles to worry about. 1 bullet in the mag, and it's not enough. Yeah, like you said, you lose 2 so early on into the round. You're forced to make a Hail Mary over towards Big. You deal with the first, but the second is there ready and waiting.
The hype is real for this BBL side. Yampi, so much damage, and I mean, argue could be made. Losing maybe 1 too many lives in the 1-on-3, but look, a win is a win. They've got creds to rebuy in round 12. That's a luxury that this attack can't afford. Smoke goes up. Lewin drops the smoke. Stunned, blind, concussed, everything. Still gets 1. Will spam from Sociable. More HP lost for this attack. It's not thwarted, but it's definitely hurting. And now the Rolling Thunder will be used. Deployed. GX force back a flash of their own. BBL just allowing these players to crawl into sight. What is going on? Now Sociable's got the control. The stun. The jump up. The frags. BBL up to 9 on this defense. That is an astounding half. Yampi smiling, grinning ear to ear. And you can tell they are so happy about that half. I think they were looking for that all series long. And he's Finnish. I don't know many Finnish people that smile that hard, Summer, so clearly they must be enjoying themselves.
And look at the crowds. They know what this means. 9-3, and it just looks like BBL are playing with their food right now. And it seems a team has yet to poke holes in the defensive half of this new look BBL's Haven.
9-3 at the half. BBL 4 rounds away from lifting that trophy, Summer. That's all they're looking for. GX know this is going to be a long half of Valorant ahead of them.
And it's not even just that. They have to get through this half. Get through this map. And even then, there's bind waiting for them after it. BBL, you have to be thinking they have the opportunity to close this out, sure. Very quick and easy, especially with a 9-3, especially with how well they've been on pistols. You could possibly even see an 11-3. But also in the back of their minds, they have to be thinking, this is okay. We're at the advantage here. Even if we lose this, we have another opportunity. But for the side of Giant X, pressure's going to be building because this is realistically their last stand.
We'll need a law-defying half for the Giant X side. It starts with a pistol. Purpo caught out before the slide could be found back into safety. BBL, the rest of the squad, looking towards C. Well-timed smoke coming out from Tomasi. Dash engaged for Lewin. Confident in the fights. Did spot 1 up on top. The stun, the concuss, everything. It's going to force the hand of Lewin to peak. And this is where BBL want none of it. The Cypher now becomes the vital piece of information for A.
And that's so much utility that Giant X have used over onto C just to get rid of one play, just to get rid of Lewin. Cloud obviously aware of Chiwa.
Still some left. The question is long or short. They don't clear the corner. Oh, it's a big blunder from Cloud. Such a good position. Discipline could have rewarded with so many. Instead left with such little. Prophet will hold behind. Nice adjustment. The flick is good. Sociable. Second layer of this hold on short. Spots both out. Gets caught in the stun. And this is problematic for BBL because it's Yampi and Chua left. 2 on 3, and they know they've got to make a move. Chiwa just spamming the corner. This is a must-win fight, and now it's all on the shoulders of Yampi. 1 on 3, right clicks one, but only one, and it will be Giant X that take the second pistol. It's 9-4.
And an impactful flank. An impactful utility as well, even just to assist the players that are flanking. You saw that stun come through. Perfect timing, perfect placement. Some cute cosplays as well in the crowd. Were you saying that's canon?
Cool.
Brimstone and Viper.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can see in the replay there, that stun comes out just in time for them to run around the corner. And again, the push from CT, they're trying to, for the side of BBL, they're trying to just neutralize one of the avenues back in, and they take the one-on-one. Fortunately, it goes in favor of Giant X, and that's just a trade out onto site. Tomazi up on the elevated position. In this one, the best weapon you can really look at is the Marshal for the side of Profek. Wanted to take that long peek over towards C, and instead it's Tomazi's Guardian that wins out. I think the best that they're hoping for is to get the spike down, just trying to overwhelm the defenders onto B, pop out the smoke, just get the extra creds.
Gonna try and look for it. There's your first, only the one. Profek, you mentioned how strong that Marshal is. Does eventually get there. Yampi sending some util back. West side trying to deny from behind. He's still not heard in all of this. Yampi's just picked up one. Finally the trades come out. Profek hits another. And it is a 1 versus 2. I don't think it's going to happen. Gap continuing to close though between the two. Low HP was never going to be enough to close out this round. But the damage, very, very strong as BBL head into their gun buy.
The fact that Yampi's been able to get away with from being from Cubby, putting up the aftershock, and then just be hopping into sight and getting a shorty kill. Gotta commend it. It's only the second round. Damage being done, but it shouldn't be too scary going into the next. Again, yeah, you can see Giant X, 3 rifles, an Outlaw and a Guardian. Good amount of utility, not close to any round-defining ults, but doesn't really need round-defining ults if you have Paper and Tamazi just taking control of A. Let's reset. Cypher Cage just to apply a little bit more pressure on the players towards long, keeping the rotates from going too far astray. But the one thing that's different about these two teams is the lack of utility that they're going to have to hold down C, Garage, and B just with one player. And that's something that we saw Chiwa do a lot. This trips on Garage, trips on C, and then a camera. And he himself then would be on to B to have that more of a stretched out defense and heavy retaking abilities over towards C and more of the protocols of holding B and holding A. Giant X, though, with a Killjoy, haven't necessarily got the same abilities. Killjoy turret's not going to notice the players walking in, and look, they just keep walking.
So much space. Sends the stun out sociable. I mean, was there any need, I guess, to clear the close left position? Now resumes the CT hold into Garage. 3 on 4. GX still with the numbers, but now maybe with a bit of a panic tone. Camera spotting out west side. Recon dart as well to go with it. The turret going off. But Yampi, oh, now this is a big bit of movement. Was he spotted going here in the first place? I don't know if this is going to get cleared because this is right in the heart of the defensive side hold. Yampi hits one. He then swings. Chiwa's just hit 2. A collat with the Outlaw. Sociable claims the last. And that is a massive round for BBL to be winning. A huge step in the right direction. And Yampi, call it timing, call it luck, but it is fortune that he strikes as he puts BBL a step closer to home.
Flag held high and proud for the fans of BBL, because you're looking at this. Double digits. 5 round differential between the two teams. And only 3 that BBL need to put on the board, and instantly have a double kill for BBL. Outlaw and Vandal chime in, and that's A-site, short and long, neutralized.
It's a weak investment for the Giant X side, Summer, but even then, this is a round that they were hoping that the bare minimum they could do some damage in. And the hope is still there, but it might just be the hope that kills them. Outlaw holding the angle. There's your first. Yampi collecting both. All on West side, 1 on 5. BBL looking strong for an 11th. All orbs being collected before that spike gets set down. It's just further developing that attacking side economy in terms of utility, in terms of weaponry. Ultimates now being checked in as well.
And just send Sociable to die or get the kill, because that's going to be the ultimate online as well going into the deck. So definitely a power one to work with. Loon should have this angle covered, but hold up. Do we make an opportunity for a 1v5? That's 3 headshots. Crisp as anything, and a Phantom recovered, Ryan.
Spam is good though. West side so low. Will emerge out on site. Spike is pinged. He'll start to stick. Camera placed. He's still on it. Finally gets off. Now they know the camera being shot. It's not a full defuse. Chua swings. U2 would have been enough, and they knew that the game of chase was always on. And BBL going to be quite happy to be taking an 11th. Maybe not the way that they did, but still a super important round that BBL bring home. Gotta say, individuals though, West side, those are some disgusting shots. This one in particular, my word. So crisp.
That's this one for me.
Yeah, that is nice as well. Some really nice shooting, but unfortunately, Summer, the individuals have not been there as much for the Giant X side as they have been for BBL in this third map. Sure, every now and again we see a pop-off round. But in terms of a 5v5, it's been BBL outclassing.
Heavy C presence, Spike even over towards this cubby position, drone goes through. A lot of damage already onto Thomas. He's 25 HP, Rolling Thunder out, and that's the go sign for Lewin.
And he's going to get into some soft cover, taps away, Lewin! A double, tries to make it 3. Cloud will eventually get there, West side to drop the lockdown down as well. The TP towards Long Prophet going to get there in safety. The other 2 will cross shortly after. It is planted for this long position. They've just got to get far enough away where it doesn't matter.
Hunter's Fury as well, and even Prophet's ultimate if he wants to go for a long wraparound. There's so many layers to this. Double shot darts, a Hunter's Fury. They can't waste the time.
It's got to happen quickly. And there you have it. Hunter's Fury used. Neon dashes in. Sociable collects. And now a second map series championship point, BBL.
And you can see the signs as well in the crowd of win or lose, and at this point I feel it's definitely favouring the win, because if you're looking, it's a 3v3, a lovely execute out onto site. Sure, Lewin stunned, flashed, but it's the ultimate of Yampi comes out and really turns the tide. It's an easy double for that Jet to pick up. And there's Sociable. Hunter's Fury collects 2. That's the conditioning over towards A that's been strong, and that's an ultimate out of Cloud. Sova down. West side. Ready to play off his utility. 3 plays over towards Garage, but he's just been neutralized so quick, and that's the ultimate as well for Chiwa. They're going to have so much information for this, Ryan. And look at the util still on Yamp. He's used absolutely nothing.
Nice shot from Lewin. He has been such an anchor to this BBL side. 12 on the board and only 3 kills away from lifting that trophy. Purpo, Runner, Cloud will have to pull this one off to deny BBL of 13. Chiwa up close. A tap of the spike will force the hand of the flank. Yampi's hit one with the operator. And BBL now rely on Lewin. Cloud hit the shot. Is there enough time? Yes. And they will just about hold on Giant X.
Look at the damage. Sure. Hopefully for the side of Giant X, BBL aren't going to force into this one. A lot of money on Sociable. But the rest of the players are a little bit worse for wear. But same goes for Giant X. They haven't got the money. Some of the players are down to 0 credits just at the start of this round. So going to be some sacrifices in the buy. Half shields, guardians for 3 players. Purpo still able to utilize the operator saved over from the previous. It's a half buy for BBL. Weapons dropped over from Yampy because he just... Oh, from Social because he just had bank. But they're not even playing to win this, Ryan. They're not forcing up into it. They're not pushing any sort of advantage that they can get because they have 6 chances. 6 opportunities. Sure, make this one as costly as you can because getting into round 20, if it's needed, definitely going to give you a heavy advantage in regards to weaponry.
They'll give it another go. Runner. Find the first. Tomasi. TP's up top. This is scary. No one's gone checking. Yampy eventually gets tagged. But now they know that that Omen in the top spot. Flash is good. Lewin has to dump all the util to just evade the Giant X side. I've got to admit, the defense has been pretty solid towards that B site. They've just forced away this push entirely. And now A is the next choice for BBL.
Look at the reinforcements. Purpo dealing with C. All by its lonesome. West side for the fast rotates from B, and even then, Purpo's starting to retreat off with the utility coming out. Cloud's good for 2, possibly even 3 over towards short. That's 1 shot through the wall, followed up by a tappy tap into the 3rd. Sociable, his teammates have just been decimated on short. Decapitated.
Oh, speak of. Never mind. I thought it was going to be one of those moments where he just lines everyone up and the round just ends with him the only one standing. Won't be the case. Serious tune for the BBL side. I think they know, look, we're only 1 round away, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. And you can see the crowd urging them to find that last. Timeout used. Good opportunity for them to just reset mentally, check back into this game. Look, yeah, we need 1 more, but let's not force it. You know, if it takes a couple more rounds and we have to get our eco set straight, let's do that. You know, we've got the chances. Let's just not throw this whole map away.
Watch this 3rd one now.
Oh, my word. That is disgusting. I mean, what? 2 bullets through the wall. Straight headshots. And just as I expected, this is BBL's call. Don't want to run into every round and just give Giant X a way back in. Got to think about their next move. And they are a fair bit away from a lot of these more useful ultimates. I mean, sure, obviously every ult has its conditional use, but more, you know, Yampy being able to open a site, Chiwa getting the information on where all remaining players are. You know, even though it's a very self-centered ultimate, Lewin on the knives, we saw what happened the last time he brought them out. He was putting everyone second best. I think they know that this is one of those that maybe they've got to do with a bit of elbow grease. And a good start out of Purpo. Just snipes one down on the angle. Able to tuck back into the hard cover and then move back around into sight. Speaking of cover. This position needs to be held. A good shot from Chua. 4-on-4, another one from Purpo, and now the flank has come alive! Chiwa's just found 3, runner required, he will find none, and the hometown heroes are a kill away from securing this championship as Cloud will make his way through garage. The door slammed in front of the Giant X face, and while the retreat happens towards long, it's BBL that will accelerate forward, and they will start 2025 on a high note. They are your champions!
Look at the crowd, Ryan. It's a personal victory for them. Hometown heroes, like you said, being able to crown a Turkish organization, even Turkish players on the roster.
Yeah.
You can see what it means to them.
Fantastic job from BBL. And look, I think they know that there is no easy way to win a BO5. It's always a roller coaster. It's always a marathon that you're going to have the hard bits, you're going to have the easier bits. It seemed to be, though, that they had to start climbing up a massive hill and then had the run down at the end. Easiest map was the last. Congratulations being shared, of course, from the Giant X side. Nice to see the sportsmanship between both of these teams. The crowds get their demand. They wanted those that represent the same flag as them to lift that trophy, and that they will. A really nice job, all in all, for the BBL side. And as we said, you know, look, at the end of the day, I think Giant X, if we saw the same Giant X we got against Liquid, sort of pound for pound, I think BBL definitely would have had a run of their money. I think that they looked fantastic yesterday, and at points they looked really good today. I think back to what happened on Split and the fact that at one point they were 11-9 up, and bearing in mind that scoreline came from a 7-4 deficit. You look even back at the likes of Pearl, BBL, yeah, sure, did take home Pearl, but Giant X, massive lead, 11-9, and that was from a deficit as well. And then even on Sunset, right, like, They go up massively, 7-4, lose the last, it goes 7-5, they lose the pistol, and still have the mentality to get back out on top. And I know this team probably won't be as involved in the circuit as the likes of BBL heading into next year's summer, but I gotta say, for Giant X's sake, obviously, they've got EMA kickoff just the exact same. If this is a bit of a look-in as to some of the partner teams that we're going to have heading into 2025 and some of the new looks, I'm excited to see the outfits that some of these teams are going to be wearing. The likes of BBL, Giant X as well, I know going to be disappointed today, but it's a lot of valuable experience heading into next year. And even Liquid, right? Like they're also playing in this event. So we've got some pretty decent teams. I think we got the right result for the event and where it's held. Just hoping that all the right pieces are going to be taken from this event. And heading into next year, things on the up for all three of them.
I think the fact that we got to see a best of 5 as well, we got to see a lot more of the maps from both of these teams, and especially diversifying from what we saw yesterday when it was in the semi-finals. I hope we get to see the trophy lift here. I'm assuming that's what's being said. I haven't actually learnt Turkish just yet to a fluency level in the break.
I think we're just welcoming them to the stage, and fair play to them. I think you look at the team as a whole, the rebuild that they've got going on for them, right? Like, we knew that this wasn't going to be the cleanest of events from them. You have a look at this roster, obviously, like Pal and Chua join October 25th. They signed Sociable for a 2-year deal on October 24th. October 22nd, they signed Profect for 2 years. Giampi signs for 2 years in October 21st. This team's been around for only a couple of months. There's a finite amount of time to get your practice, your game days, your experience in. The fact that they rock up to a LAN, they play a BO3 against probably, on paper, the worst team out of the 4. They win 2-1. They get over that mental hurdle, head into this grand final, and deliver a fantastic result against the Giant X side. I think they can be very proud of that. And to do it in 4 as well, 3-1 scoreline. A really well-deserved result for them.
Like you said, it's this kickoff to the start of the 2025 season. This is the roster that they're going to be taking into the MEA, and realistically, both of these teams have kind of struggled in the past year. They were the ones that were missing out on playoffs, getting grouped. Kickoff, split 1, split 2. Change was needed. Both obviously coming in with massive changes. Just good signs for both these two teams as well as Liquid. Going into that season with the new rosters, having the test, having the official practice, because you're looking at teams that regularly do make it into playoffs. They're not playing in these off-season tournaments like this. Like, not seeing any sort of crazy officials from Fnatic outside of that Rebel home ground. That's the only experience that they're bringing in, especially looking towards BBL. They now have 2 tournaments that they can refer back on, multiple different opponents, even going through that sort of survival of BO1s to get to Rebel home grounds. There's definitely a lot to take away for all the teams in this tournament and their preparations for 2025. And I think Giant X are definitely going to be ones to look out for.
Yeah.
Just finding that consistency, I think, is key.
On the up and up for sure. Excited to see what these guys have got in store for us next year. Of course, they don't go away empty-handed. You can see a $10,000 check being handed their way. The souvenir to go with it as well is the big bit of cardboard that it comes on. It's going to be quite hard to fit in a suitcase, but hopefully someone's prepped for that. But there you have it, right? Like a nice Christmas gift, I guess, for them before the grind continues at the start of next year. It's going to be a bit disappointing for them, no questions asked, that, you know, you don't walk away top spot of this event, but you have a look at the competition, and I think they definitely have achieved what they came here to do, right? Obviously, second place when you've got Liquid themselves, obviously another partner team in the right circuit, and then, of course, the BBL side as well. I think they knew that it was always going to be a clash of some seriously strong heads, and for them, look, second place, they could be quite happy with this one. You got an interview? No, I tell a lie. They're just being ushered off the stage. See you later. We got BBL coming on next, and they'll be the ones lifting that trophy.
And I think it's also the crowd just can't wait to see this ceremony so they can pick up the trophy, get their little cute check-in for 17.
BBL ESPORTS geliyor. Herkesi yendiler. Finalde 1-0
walking out on stage.
Mükemmel bir comeback yaptılar.
Thankful for the crowd. You can see the champions of this event, the Intel Monsters Reloaded 2024 Valorant. As they stand on stage, look over the crowd that has been cheering them endlessly all week. And thankful for the crowd. New roster, new look, fresh faces, fresh results. BBL came into this event maybe expecting to be in the grand final, not the opponent that they expected to face. The adversity, very impressive, and for this roster, they're always going to be looking up to what happens in the next year, always going to be looking forward to the events that they get to play in the 2025 circuit, as we've already touched on. EMEA kickoff starting in around a month and a bit from now. Until then, though, they get to do one thing and one thing only. That trophy with their name. Your champions of the Intel Monsters Reloaded 2024 Valorant BBL.
Intel Monsters Reloaded 2024 şampiyonu BBL ESPORTS.
You can just see what it means to them as well, and especially the crowd that you actually are able to crown at least the Turkish org at this Turkish land, with 2 Turkish players that have played out of their minds during this event. And it was said on Twitter after Red Bull by Pal, as I said yesterday, if we lose, we learn. Out of Red Bull to Haven after fumbling a 10-2 lead. They come to this tournament, have a little bit of a shaky start. When it's in the best of 5, it goes back to Haven. It goes back to the domination we've seen time and time again. This defensive side for BBL, is this starting to become that default and more of a signature map for them? Because I'm excited to see how they play it.
They put the trophy down and everyone in the crowd was telling Pal, go lift it, go lift it, go lift it. There you have it, 17.5 grand next to the name of BBL before heading into 2025. They're going to be really happy with that result. And look, Summer, I think it's safe to say for this roster, definitely my pair of eyes will be glued to them into the 2025 season, and hopefully a lot more at home as well to see what this revamped roster for BBL looks like. Of course, it's a shame that we don't get to see all 5 maps. You feel like if it goes the distance, it's even more of a banging grand final, and these guys, you know, really are tested. But how many times you get to play BO5? You know, it's usually only the big stages, big finals. You don't really get acclimatized. As you say, more maps played, more experience. They've been playing very similar teams in terms of those that are going to be grouped around them for the whole of the 2025 season. And I think they're going to be quite happy that they start next year off knowing that they're that little bit richer, but more importantly, with some gold medals and some silverware to put in the trophy cabinet.
And maps and officials under the belt. I think, and then that's the main thing for me, is that they have had their official debut, so it could lessen the nerves, lessen the pressure on their kickoff matches.
Okay, I do believe we have an interview. We'll have a listen in.
Pozlamayı da birazdan yaparız. Müthiş bir coşku. Gerçekten hak edilmiş bir coşku. Onu söylememiz lazım. Ve yani oyuncuların düşüncesini alacağız. Çünkü yeni bir yolculuğa çıktılar ve gerçekten mükemmel bir başlangıç yaptılar. Hepimiz de 2 gün boyunca bu başlangıcı büyük bir zevkle izleme fırsatı bulduk. Tabii bizim için de çok gurur verici oldu. Profek, congrats man. I mean, you did a great job, especially in the second map and the third map. You played insane in the clutch rounds and in the end of the map. How do you feel about both championship and your performance? How was it for you?
I mean, I don't care about performance because we won. So that's it.
Forza BBL! Tabii müthiş bir 2 ve 3. harita özellikle geçirdin. Hem oyun sonu clutchlarında hem oyunun sonunda mükemmel performansların vardı. Nasıl hissediyorsun? Kendini nasıl değerlendirirsin şampiyonluğu dedim. Performansımı umursamıyorum çünkü şampiyon olduk. Bizim için önemli olan bu diyor. Gayet güzel ve net bir cevap oldu bence. Yampi, you know a little bit of Turkish, but first, do you want to say something in Turkish to the fans?
Destek için çok teşekkür ederim.
Last time I talked to you, I think it was in Berlin last year, and it's been a great journey for you, but you started a new journey with the BBL, so how do you feel about the team? How do you feel about the Turkish fans and your first championship with your new team?
I mean, it's a big honor to be representing BBL, and yeah, I'm super happy that we managed to come back ourselves together as a team and win this tournament in front of you guys. So it's amazing for us, and I hope it's amazing for you guys because last week in Berlin we didn't play that good, and then we talked a lot about things, and this week our goal was to win this tournament. So I'm super happy for us as a team, but also for the org and the fans. So çok teşekkür ederim.
Yeah, you did great man, you did great. Tabii kendisiyle son konuştuğumuzda aslında geçen sene Almanya'da denk geldiğimizi ve o zamandan bu yana çok fazla şey değiştiğini söyledim. Hem takımla yeni yolculuğunu nasıl buluyorsun hem de sizin için çalışma süreci nasıl geçti diye sorduğum zaman ilk başladığımızda ne yazık ki tam istediğimiz performansı veremedik ama sonrasında bu turnuvayı kazanmamız gerektiğini ve kazanabileceğimizi biliyorduk. O yüzden bunu başarmak benim için çok mutluluk verici. Sizlerin karşısında sizleri gururlandırmakta müthiş şeklinde cevabı verdi. Ben kendisine bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum. Salih abi selam, seni alırım canım. Gerçekten iyi bir iş ortaya koyuyorsunuz. Yeni bir takımla bunu yapıyorsunuz. Sana şunu sormak istiyorum. Farklı kültürlerden şu anda birçok oyuncuyla çalışıyorsun. Sadece Türkler ve yabancılar olarak ayırmamak lazım. Farklı ülkelerden de aslında belki 4 farklı 5 farklı insanla çalışıyorsun. Bunu ilk başta yönetmek nasıl oldu? Hem maç içinde hem maç dışında arkadaşlık dengesini kurmak olsun, iş dengesini kurmak olsun sizin için nasıl gidiyor?
Ya bizim aslında başlangıçta bu kadroyu kurmak istememizin sebebi Elyas'ın hani yeni bir yola girmek istemesi ve acele olmak istemesiydi. Onunla başladık aslında. Daha sonra Profek eklendi. Volkan ve Burak zaten uzun zamandır bizimle birlikte tryout atmaktaydı. Son oyuncumuz da Shiva'ydı. Shiva zaten birazcık daha hem Rus olduğu için bize birazcık daha yakın aslında. Hem de Balkanlarda yaşıyor, Sırbistan'da yaşıyor bayağıdır. O yüzden o birazcık Türk kültürüne çok hakim. Elyas zaten az çok Türkçe biliyor. O yüzden böyle aslında çok büyük bir zorluk çekmedik ama tabii ki de bu kadar çok farklı kültürden, bu kadar çok farklı milletten insanın aynı takımda oynamak, aynı sayfada buluşabilmesini sağlamak tabii ki de zaman zaman gitgellerimiz oluyor maçlar içerisinde ya da turnuvalar içerisinde. Ama bunu stabilize etmek istiyoruz. Bunun için de zamana ihtiyacımız var. Daha bence %100'ümüzle oynamıyoruz bile ama %100'ümüzü gösterdiğimiz noktalarda neler yapabileceğimizi biliyoruz. En azından bu off-season turnuvalar bize bunu gösterdi. Bunun üzerine çalışacağız. Farklı şeyler yapacağız. Bugün aslında ilk haritada yapacağımız ve VCT'de yapacağımız farklı şeyleri biraz göstermek istedik. Çok farklı şeyleri planlıyoruz ve hayalliyoruz aslında. O yani yanlış anlaşılmasın, troll falan değil de farklı şeyler yapmayı hedefliyoruz. O yüzden buna nasıl reaksiyon veriyor oyuncular bu kadar kısa süre içerisinde? Onu biraz kendimize test ettik aslında. Sonuçta bu bir off-season turnuvası. Kendimizi test ediyoruz. Test ettik aslında. 1,5 aydır bu süreç devam ediyor. Şu an tamamlandı. Çalışmaya devam edeceğiz. Ocak ayının başında da Almanya'ya gidiyoruz, Berlin'e ve yeni sezona hazırlanmaya orada devam edeceğiz. Destekleri için buraya gelen herkese çok teşekkür ederim.
Biz de büyük bir şevkle sene içinde takımı destekliyor olacağız tabii ki. Ben tekrar çok teşekkür ediyorum benimle bunların hepsini paylaştığın için. Shiva, how you feel about the victory and your opponent actually, because you won your first match, I know that, but you won it against the Giant X, which is great team, probably will be better in the season. How do you feel about it? Because they were really strong against you for like 3 maps.
Honestly, I was so confident, through all the series. I just knew that we can win. That's it, you know. Like our team is built on principle that we always believe. We always believe we can win anyone, and it's just the start. And what I can promise to you guys, we will just keep work hard. That's it. Work hard, more and more after. That's just first step.
Thank you so much. Ve tabii kendisine ilk şampiyonluğuyla ilgili nasıl hissettiğini sordum. Aynı zamanda bunu gerçekten çok güçlü bir takım karşısında yaptıklarını, Giant X gibi çok iyi, hatta belki de ileride daha da güzel noktalara gidecek bir kadro karşısında yaptıklarını sordum. O da takımımız tamamen prensip çevresinde kurulu. Bu bizim için sadece bir başlangıçtı. İleride daha fazlasını ortaya koyacağız. Bizi izlemeye devam edin şeklinde cevap verdi. Belli ki son 2-3 cevaptan anlıyoruz. Bazı mentaliteler oturmuş. BBL'den de beklediğimiz zaten buydu. Umalım ki daha da iyi şekilde devam etsinler ve Sociable, Türkiye'nin en belki de büyük isimlerinden bir tanesi, artık daha büyük bir yerde ve CT sahnesinde. Henüz o sahneye gitmedin ama mükemmel bir özgüven depoladığınıza eminim. Şu anda bizleri sene içinde neler bekliyor? Sana öncelikle onu sormak istiyorum. Senin zaten ne kadar her şeyi oynayabilen bir oyuncu olduğunu, ne kadar esnek olduğunu biliyorduk ama bugün yani 4 ya da zaten 4 harita oynayan 4 ajan gösterdin sanırım bize. Nasıl gidecek acaba bu yolculuk?
Eğer 5. haritaya gitseydik 5 ajan oynamış olacaktım. O da farklıydı. Yani EMEA'da güzel şeyler bekliyor. Zaten ilk map'te bence gösterdik bunu kaybetsek de. Yani sadece ben değil, takım arkadaşlarım da çok flex. Güzel olacak ya, keyifli bir oyun izleteceğiz. İnanıyorum.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sene içinde yine biz de tabii sizleri destekliyor olacağız. Seni de böyle alabilirim. Len. Müthiş bir genç yetenek var yanımda. Yani sene kapandığı saniye. Geçtiğimiz yıl zaten gençlerin neler yaptığını gördük. Bir elmas da burada var. Bu sene işlenecek. Daha da iyi bir hale gelecek. Hem Türkiye Ligi'ndeki performansın adından çok söz ettirdin. Hem buraya geldiğinde yeni takımla beraber yine aynı işleri yapmaya devam ediyorsun. Açıkçası senin için biraz alışma sezonunda geçtiğinin farkındayım. Takımın bu noktadaki sana yaklaşımı, çok tecrübeli oyuncularla oynuyor olmak, yeni bir kadronun içinde oynuyor olmak bu genç yaşta. Bunların hepsiyle hem nasıl başa çıkıyorsun hem de ekip sana nasıl destek oluyor?
Yaşadığım şeylerden kaynaklı mentalim çok güçlü olduğunu düşünüyorum. Yanımdaki insanlar gerçekten çok değerli insanlar benim için. Özellikle arka tarafta, sosyal medyada herhangi bir kötü, olumsuz bir şey yaşadığım zaman benden ümidini kesmeyen taraftar grubuna veya şahıslara çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hepsi gerçekten benim için çok değerli. Ayrıyetten yönetim ekibi tabii ki her konuda yardımcı oluyorlar. Dediğim gibi takım arkadaşlarım zaten isim olarak ve kariyer olarak hepsi çok başarılı, çok yani bireysellerinde çok yetenekli oyuncular. O yüzden onlardan öğreneceğim çok şey var. Her türlü gelişime açığım, eleştiriye açığım. O yüzden bundan kaynaklı hiçbir problem yaşayacağımı düşünmüyorum. Her şeyin de üstesinden gelebilecek mentale sahibim.
Ve tabii son kez bir alkış istiyorum sizden. Biz yavaş yavaş günün sonuna geliyor olacağız ama BBL ESPORTS Intel Monsters Reloaded 2024 şampiyonu son kez kupasını kaldırabilir arkadaşlar. Ah. I'm so sorry about it. It's totally my bad. I thought I was only interviewing with the coach and the players. I'm sorry. So, how do you feel about the tournament in general, and how you expect to manage more in the both VCT season and maybe in the Masters or in the Worlds? And how is your new journey going?
So the first thing I'd say is, the first thing I'd say is probably anyone who knows me would have done the same thing, because it's not a good idea to leave me last talking, because I'll keep everybody here forever. But no, thank you very much, firstly, for all of you who have come out. You've made this a great experience for everybody. Okay, you've meant that we can learn a lot about how we work together as a team and how much this means for all of us. We have a lot to work on still, a lot, but at least the most important thing is we're showing all of the signs of improvement that gives us, as Chiwa said, the reason to believe in ourselves that we will be getting better and better and better by the time we get to kick off in January and we start to get into stage 1 and stage 2, and hopefully then tournaments after that. Hopefully it's also giving you guys something to believe in, both here and then at home to everybody that's watching on the stream as well.
So it's going to be a different journey than the last year and the year before.
It's absolutely going to be a different journey to years gone by for BBL, okay? That's what we're here for. We'll give you something to believe in, guys. Thank you.
Tabii hem takım hem önümüzdeki seneyi sordum. Çok uzatmayacağım soruyu ama özellikle burada size güzel bir şeyler gösterebildiğimizi umuyoruz. Hem kickoff'ta Ocak ayında hem sonrasında birinci ve ikinci sezonda Stage 1 ve Stage 2'de daha da iyisini yapacağız. Biz desteklemeye devam edin şeklinde cevabını verdi. Aynı zamanda kendisinden de tekrar çok özür diliyorum. Onu da bir kez daha belirtmiş olayım ve bu sefer gerçekten bir sona geliyoruz artık. Intel Monsters Reloaded 2024'te şampiyon son kez kupasını kaldırıyor. Bizden bu senelik bu kadar. 2025 yılında daha da güzel etkinliklerde sizin karşınızda oluyor olacağız. Çıtayı bu sene çok iyi bir noktaya çektik. Umalım ki daha da iyisini önümüzdeki sene sizlere gösterebilelim.
And there we have it. Monsters Reloaded 2024 done and dusted for Valorant, and for this year, BBL, your champions. A really nice event and a good way to send it off. Obviously, Hometown Heroes taking it. And look, we've had the pleasure of being able to watch from the closed qualifier all the way here to now summer. And it's been really appreciated from everyone at home watching here on the English broadcast. And obviously, for the BO5, a great event outside of that as well. BBL to take it, and the champions of this year.
And there's so many good opportunities, good signs. We've seen sure slip-ups, but again, it's the debut of majority of these rosters coming in, or even BBL, they've been around for a month, okay? Same goes for Tulpars, so for Massive, we're going to be competing in Challengers Leagues. It's such a good experience for everyone involved, and honestly, I'm so excited to see all of these teams compete further along the line, like I said, whether it's in Challengers or what we're going to be expecting from both of these teams, even Liquid as well, heading into kickoff, because these were the teams that realistically had to make those major changes, because even with their own regional league with inside the EMEA, they were falling short, similar to like teams like Fnatic falling short at international stages. But this team, these teams that we've seen here, they're going to really set their eyes on the playoffs of EMEA and even further beyond that. But that is the first goal for these. Like you said, BBL Pal said in the interview, this was their goal after Istanbul, after Rebel Homeground, Berlin, after Rebel Homeground in Berlin, to come to Istanbul and to win it out here. And they've done exactly that. So the next prize that they're going to set their sights on is the playoffs of Kickoff, which are going to be starting in 2025. So it was a good end to this season in 2024 and a bright start looking at the future of 2025.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously for us, as I said, we got to watch the whole event. For those that obviously played in the closed qualifier or anything even below before that, like there's so much going on, and hopefully next year with the revamped scene that Tier 2 is, and obviously the Tier 1 talent that we've seen on the stages over the last couple of days, plenty to watch out for heading into next year. It's been a damn pleasure working with you, Summer, and for everyone at home that showed us support over the last week or two, we really do appreciate it. For us though, here on the English stream, it's going to be us closing out. Maybe we'll be back next year, who knows, but for then, have a great Christmas, New Year and birthday in between, if that's coming up at some point. We really appreciate you guys. Have a great night, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
I got this. Going up.
Spike planted.
it.